O Show. This is the Big 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 O Show. This.
So here's the putting green. See? There you go. Got two flags. One was over there where Cutter's Edge Pro. It's not coming out now. Come on. Come on, wind. Give me a little wind. No, unfortunately. But there you go. And this one says Big O here. There you go. So there's my putting green. It's about, I would say about 25 feet, something like that. I get to practice, have a little fun. See? And then, of course, we got, the bunkers. Got to have the bunkers, man. Got all kinds of bunkers there. You know what I'm saying? So that's a taste of our backyard. There's Maiden right there. Maiden. Bono, how you doing, Bono? Bono. He's a Carolina dog, by the way. These dogs are amazing. Their temperaments are awesome. But there is the Sylvester Palm, which is just beautiful. All right, call my guys, Will and Mike at Cutter's Edge Pro. They will take care of you. Dogs are not included, okay? Can't include the dogs. Those are mine. But the exceptional work, oh, baby. Oh, baby. Yes. Make your home an oasis. CuttersEdgePro.com. Go to their Instagram page, by the way, so you can see a lot of the before and after work that they do. And it is exceptional, baby. This thing's been on here for about 9 months. No grass growing through it or anything like that. Right, Bono? Huh? Bono!
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
Welton Rayom has more than 62 years of litigation experience handling insurance disputes. They're committed to resolving even the toughest insurance claims quickly. Call them for a free consultation. 954-966-4646. At Welton Rayom, they don't get paid unless you win. Property damage claims to your home, business, or condo as a result of a hurricane. Welton Rayom can help. Water, mold, fire, smoke damage, Welton Rayom can help. Call 954-966-4646.
When
When you move, you need a reliable company led by passionate folks, eager to assist its customers during a transitional process that needs to be smooth. Call Essential Moving Experts at 844-368-5750 for all your local and long-distance moving needs. You can rely on Essential Moving Experts. Mention the Big O Show and get $150 off. Family owned and operated, they offer free 30-day storage, full-service moving, fully licensed, bonded, and insured. Moving was never so easy. EssentialMovingExperts.com.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CFs, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where Inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
For over 16 years, EJDconstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDconstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDconstruction.com.
The viewpoint statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc., ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Good morning, boys and girls. Even though it isn't a great morning after back-to-back nights watching the teams get eliminated from the finals, it'll be a story of those who appreciate and those who have zero appreciation and zero understanding and pure ignorance, and but that's how it goes sometimes. Unfortunately, I told you guys over a week ago it didn't matter how any of these series ended. To me, it's been a great season. You know what I mean? It was absolutely phenomenal, and I have zero issue with what the Heat did. I have zero issue with the Panthers. Unfortunately, it came to the end that we all don't want. Last night was brutal. By the way, the baseball score and the hockey score were the same. Seattle beat the Marlins 9-3, and the Knights beat the Panthers 9-3. And we find out that Kachuk had a broken sternum, basically a broken clavicle and sternum. I don't even know how he got back on the ice in the last game. No wonder he looked like he was terrible. He looked like he was hurting, and my God, how does anybody even take the ice with those injuries? And then Ekblad was playing. Did Ekblad not score last night? Was there not an Ekblast last night?
No, I don't believe it was. I don't believe it was Ekblad that scored.
He had an assist. He had an assist.
He had 3 chances last night. Paul Maurice said he had the best chances of the team last night, but he wasn't able to.
Right. I think he might have had an assist on one of them. But anyway, he was playing with a broken foot. He popped his shoulder out twice in throughout the playoffs. He made it through a concussion protocol that we had no idea about, and he has a torn oblique. Now, there's multiple things I can tell you about this. One, Ekblad is super tough, but two, he's always injured, bro. But I got to give him credit. He knew that he has missed so much time over the years. But, I mean, are you kidding me? Gudis was playing with a high ankle sprain. That's 6, 8, 9, 10 weeks. And he didn't miss any time with a high ankle sprain? How are you doing this with a high ankle sprain? Wow. Just holy shit. It's wow, that is impressive, man. Crazy, impressive, maniacal, whatever. You know what I'm saying? And and then this is what we get, right? And sometimes I know all of you out there, some of you out there, you text me and you send me a DM, and it's like, how do you deal with with all of this stuff? Because there's a I'll show you from Isla Bella. Okay. Oh, with respect to the Heat, Jimmy played like garbage. That is it. Max and Gabe showed us the reason they were undrafted: lack of size. Spo wasn't able to outcoach Malone. He is a high-level coach. Great effort, but no title means nothing for my generation. So I just said, you're an idiot and your generation is garbage. Just to bury the whole thing. You know what I mean? And then I get a follow-up by other young people like, oh, well, you shouldn't be slamming our generation. Oh. It's like, dude, I'm not slamming the generation. One, he doesn't represent the whole generation. And two, he's just a moron. Just like Hateful Steve. Hateful Steve, thank you, by the way. Remember, you can make a donation through Cash App or Venmo, right? At Cash Big O Show. This morning I get up and I see one, and thank you, Hateful Steve, but Vegas is a better team. No shit. But we couldn't play with a little more heart. Gudis is playing with a high ankle sprain. Ekblad is playing with like 7 injuries. Your best player, your superstar, tried to play with a broken clavicle in the last game. I'm not sure what more heart you want. You know what I mean? And that's where we're at. We have us, intelligent fans, that understood they didn't even belong in the NBA Finals or the NHL Finals, and they made it, so we're appreciative. It sucks that they lost, dude. I don't want them to lose. You don't want them to lose, but somebody's got to lose, and somebody's not better than the other. And Miami wasn't better than Denver, and Florida wasn't better than Vegas. And by the way, they weren't better than some of the teams they played in the playoffs before that, and they won. So those of us that are intelligent, we appreciate the run because we know they went to a place they didn't belong. And then whether they ran out of gas or they broke down, whatever it is, it's understandable. I mean, what are you going to do at that point? Remember, back 4 years ago, because I see Jonathan Marchessault win the MVP, we had another GM. A really overrated GM that had his run in Chicago, but really didn't do such a great job here. Because if you think about it, most of his draft picks, we've gotten rid of them. You know what I'm saying? So most of the people that he drafted, we got rid of most of those people. But one of the things that dumbass did was allow Jonathan Marchessault available in the expansion draft 4 years ago. So, it's just, that was then. This is now. Bill Zito does a much better job in building a team. And you got to just give him some time here. But he got you to the Stanley Cup Finals now. He found you a superstar in Kachuk. I mean, and the guy had a great run, and he unfortunately wasn't healthy. He took that shot from Keegan Colasar. And after that, he just wasn't the same guy after that. Obviously, broken clavicle and collarbone. So when I wake up to stupidity,
like this moron from Isla Vela, I don't have time for this. So, yeah, I'm going to rip your ass. And listen, man, I get it. Some of you young people out there, like Samoan Sniper, the boomer generation is worst of all. Oh, pobrecito, did I hurt your feelings? Huh, little boy, did I hurt your feelings? I mean, really, seriously, some young people nowadays, it's just like, get some balls, bro. Get some character. Get some toughness. Get some thick skin. You know what I'm saying? The amount of softness that is in this world is amazing. And laziness. You can tell people like this, you haven't earned anything in your life probably. To be unappreciative of what the Panthers did or the Heat. Look, man, on the Panthers side, they're in the clear. They just got to they're going to get some cap space now, and they'll try to, on the Heat side, that's where we got issues. That's where the Heat and the front office have got to get their crap straightened out. That's the issue. The issue is not what Jimmy and the guys did and spoke. They did the best they could. They went as far as they could. They had no business beating the Denver Nuggets. The Denver Nuggets were way better than them, and they proved it. End of story. I can live with that. What I can't live with is that you can't make a move for another star. You're a constant failure as a franchise trying to find a star. And enough, you got to do it on your own without Dwayne Wade now. Now he's part of the Utah organization. He can't help you anymore like he did with the Big Three and like he did with Jimmy Butler when he was playing with them in Chicago. Those days are done now. Wade's not helping you recruit anymore. So it's up to you now. Okay? So the heat is on Riley and Arison and everybody else in that organization. Stop failing in getting another star on the team. That's where the heat needs to be. Not fire, not replace, not nothing. Just criticism. Straight up criticism of Pat Riley. Straight up criticism of Mickey Arison. That's what needs to happen right now. Nothing more and nothing less. Congratulations to Eric Spoelstra and the players. They did everything they possibly could. They maxed the hell out of what they have. Now, go get me another star and stop screwing around. And stop being an utter failure every offseason, Pat Riley. You have been an utter failure during the Jimmy Butler era. You can't find a star, dude. Find a real star and stop screwing around. That's where the focus has to be, not on what the players and Spo did. They did more than enough. An intelligent fan knows this. That's why I've been guiding all of you to that area. I don't complain about Spo. I don't complain about what they play. I complain about the front office. I complain about ownership because they are the ones that are the failures here. But of course, Isla, whatever the hell, is too stupid to understand that. So you've got this approach that you're looking at what was there on the court, and what was on the court was a miracle to be in the NBA Finals. It was a miracle to make it to 3 Eastern Conference Finals. It was a miracle to make it to 2 NBA Finals with 1 star. So your focus and your grumpiness for the grumpy miners. Figured I'd wear my Disney hockey jersey today. My grumpy miners. That's where you got to be grumpy about. Okay? Your heat, your criticism, everything must be directed at Pat Riley and Mickey Arison. Are we clear on that? The basketball coach and the players did everything they can possibly do. There is zero to complain about for the Miami Heat players and coach, zero to complain about with the Panthers organization. Zero. Nothing. Now the Panthers have to take the next step because they're in the process of trying to build a champion. Now they know what they need in order to get to that next level, which last year they were too finesse. They got more physical. They got to play a much, dirtier game. So now they know what they need. They need to get a little bit bigger, a little bit more physical, and still better goaltending, by the way. And then get you got your stars now. You got your guy, you're good overall. You got to fix all the other stuff. Still, the defense has got to get better. The goaltending has got to get better. You've got to do something in those areas. Okay? Unfortunately, they're stuck with the Bob contract for a couple of more years. You can't do anything about that. But they've got to figure out a way. Now, for the Heat, it's super simple. You have screwed up for 4 freaking years by acquiring Jimmy Butler and never getting another star. And you don't have any more time. If you don't get the star in the next year or two, it's over. Because Jimmy doesn't have that much left. That body, you can't ask for more from that body. He's a human being, and he has taken it to the max. And he probably can take you a little bit more, but there isn't much left there. There just isn't much left there. And you can't ask the man to just, blood, sweat, and tears and carry you all the way through. Can't do it, bro. He needs help. That's where your focus needs to be. Your focus needs to be there. Anybody that is like that idiot complaining about the season, you're a moron. That's all. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. It's like Hateful Steve. Oh, can they play with more heart? Bro, what more heart do you want? They're not good enough. They're not better than Vegas. They finally ran out of gas, and they were broken down. They showed all the heart that you can possibly have to get to this point. That's the ignorant part about it. The Panthers showed incredible heart to get to where they got. To me, that these are the things where, so it's just ridiculous. And to get and I get it, man. I can't expect most of you to, handle this with intelligence and common sense. So I know that we're going to have the idiots that are going to go awry and not appreciate the things, that are reality. And the reality is there's nothing to complain about. You can be disappointed. You can be frustrated about it. But those players for the Panthers and for the Miami Heat did everything they can possibly do. You can ask role players to do whatever you want, but don't ask them to be stars. They're not ready yet. Okay? And for me, Caleb's the only guy out of that group that may have a chance to be a star. That's it. That's the only guy that I see that has a chance. Not even there yet. But we can't ask them to be something that they're not. And eventually they're going to run out of gas and they're going to run into somebody that's just too good. But Boston doesn't have the intestinal fortitude. They don't have the toughness, the character that you need to win the NBA Finals. And they show this all the time by folding like a cheap tent. So Miami was able to take advantage of it. Denver was not, bro. Denver was way better than you. And that's it. And you tip your hat to them, and you tip your hat to the Las Vegas Knights. They have run their franchise in a marvelous fashion from day one. They are the greatest expansion team in the history of all of sports. All of sports. In modern day sports, it just does not exist an expansion team like the Las Vegas Knights. Doesn't exist. We're watching something that's never happened before. that these guys have just pushed all the right buttons, made all the right calls, and they built their team up, and they've been in the mix every year, dude. Every year since they've existed. It's super impressive what they've done, and you got to just give them credit. And finally, they kept tweaking, and now they won it. And now the Panthers are up there with the big boys. Now they know what they need. Now they have their superstar. So now you can kind of build around him and get what you need. And you're going to get some cap relief this year. So that's really, really important. I can't sit here and complain about one damn thing. The only thing I'm going to complain about is Pat Riley. Okay, as much as I love Pat Riley and I got his back and everything, Pat, brother, you've been dropping the ball for a while now. You need to step up big time without Dwayne Wade's help, and you better get another star, okay? Because if he doesn't get a star this offseason, and I don't want to hear about Kyrie Irving. I don't even want to hear about Kyrie Irving. You don't want to listen to this show if you're a hardcore Heat fan if they get Kyrie Irving. The Heat organization is not going to like me anymore if they get Kyrie Irving. Put it that way. Okay? I'm not talking about make a move with intelligence, not stupid desperation. Because if you really were interested in Kyrie Irving, that is stupidity at its max and desperation at its most embarrassing level. Okay? Let's just call things like we see it. That's what we do on this show. We don't shy away from it. I mean, can you imagine? You're going to make a move for Kyrie Irving? Are you kidding me? Why would you want that loser? Yeah, you're right, Ray. Isla is ignorant because he's a ignorant punk ass. That's all. That's it. You know? So what are you going to do? But really, it's just appreciate what you have, man. Appreciate it a lot. You could be the Orlando Magic or the Charlotte Hornets. And you could have a hockey team that and owners that aren't trying to win. And there's lots of bad hockey teams out there. Your team was in the finals. It's pretty damn good, dude. It's one hell of an accomplishment for both the Heat and the Panthers. They kept us entertained till mid-June now. I mean, we've only got another month till football, you know? So that's actually pretty cool. A little over a month, right? You know, training camp will start. But that's so cool that we'll have, you know, training camp right around the corner and we got football. We easily could have had basketball and hockey teams that didn't make the playoffs. And for 2 months, we would have been talking about what? You know what I'm saying? So really grateful to the Heat and the Panthers. The only thing I say is, Pat Riley, brother, get to work and stop failing. Okay? Enough of the failures, Pat Riley. Spoelstra's covered up for everything. So enough already. Get the other star that you should have gotten when you got the Jimmy Butler deal done. And you could go listen to the audio, video, whatever from there's no video from 4 years ago, but there's audio. And I clearly told you that this deal would mean nothing if you don't get the other star. And I have been 1,000% right. You're not going to win a championship with one star. It's so hard to do. And it was done in the 90s when scoring was low and Olajuwon could do it, and the Pistons. Scoring was low and you could do it. That's not the way it is now. Scoring is way up. You need at least 2 stars to 3 stars in order to win. And Denver beat you with 2 stars. You saw it firsthand, and you only have 1. You have Jimmy Butler, and that's it. And Jimmy is a 2 or 3 probably in the Shaq Wade years, he's a 3. In the Wade, LeBron, Bosh years, he's a 4. in the Timmy zone, and you're using him as a 1. I mean, luckily that he's a phenomenal, gutsy-ass player, but he's a 2-point star in a 3-point world. And it just doesn't fly, man. Doesn't fly. It's a different game. Anyway, Brian Walters, thank you. Nizzle is in. Tua time. Alexis Emilio, no doubt. Steven Gonzalez, Weapon X United in the house. Countdown for the Cure. Can't wait for the concert here in Atlanta. I'll see you there, brother. I'll be there for both nights. So I better meet your ass. All right, Weapon X United, you better be DMing me. All right, man, because you've been really loyal to our show, made a crap ton of donations. That doesn't get past us. So we appreciate you immensely, bro. Love to meet you in Atlanta. And any of you out there, I'll be at both Cure concerts in Atlanta towards the end of the month. What is it? I fly out the 27th or 26th or some 26th, Monday. So I arrive Monday night there. I'm there for, what is it, like 4 nights, 3 nights, right? Monday through, yes, I fly back Thursday. That's exactly it. I fly back Thursday, and I'm there like, I think I get back at 11, and then obviously we have the afternoon show. So I'll be able to do the show and not miss a beat. What a beautiful thing. So looking forward to meeting you, Weapon X United. And any of you out there in Atlanta, if you're not going to go to the Cure concert, but you want to meet me somewhere outside or, or after the concert or before the concert at a bar, we can do that. Like we did over in Indianapolis when we met some of you out there in Indianapolis. Appreciate all of you out there whenever you come out to meet us. Lewis Bryant, Steve Chapman is in the house. He says, getting itchy for football season to start. I'll never make it to September. You'll make it. You'll make it, Steve. We'll all make it together and we'll enjoy it. Devin Jordan is in the house listening up in Georgia. He says, hauling up freight from Georgia to Tennessee. Well, just drive safely, my friend. That's the most important part. Drago is in. Kyle Cockrell, Nizzo, Rosendo. He says, good morning, Big O Nation. Sometimes we focus so much on what we don't have that we fail to appreciate what we do have. Those who make time for others are forever blessed. Keep the faith. Amen to that. Amen to that. DTM is in. Tank is in. Thank you, Tank. We will try to have a kick-ass show. JB Smooth says, not a great season, a great postseason. You need to make that clear. That's true. That's true. But it does make it a great season. Doesn't matter. The season ended in the finals. So no matter how rocky it was, that happens to a lot of teams, by the way, in the history of time where they kind of had a shaky season and then they got in and they ended up going all the way and sometimes even winning the title. So it's not something abnormal. It's something that happens not often, but once in a while in different sports where you kind of have a shaky season and then you kind of find your mojo. You sneak in as a wild card, you sneak in and then you kind of find your mojo and you start playing, man. Hockey players, yes, they are a different breed. No doubt about it. Duke Tomlinson is in. Lisa Rose is headed up to Vegas. Good for her. She's leaving the Rochester area to go to Vegas. That's like hell to heaven. Noel Doubt in. Carlos Cigarro. Alexis says an NBA player out for a year for those. Oh, yeah. For those kind of injuries, for sure. Definitely. Justin is in. We're 1 star away from a championship. I agree. Pat Riley. That's where your heat, your direction, your finger pointing has to go. Ownership and Riley. Ownership and Riley. Ownership and Riley. I don't want to hear about luxury tax anymore. I'm effing tired about hearing about luxury tax from the owners. And I want Pat Riley to find another star. No more excuses. The window is closing on Jimmy Butler. It's no longer wide open. It is closing and closing quickly. you're going to get one, maybe 2 good seasons out of him. Maybe. He can't play a full season, and now you got to see if he can last a postseason. So you need another star because you're not going to be a high seed because he's going to miss a quarter of the season, and you're going to lose some of those games, and that's going to knock you out. So you need another star. The heat is on Pat Riley, and not firing heat, not replace heat, none of that kind of heat. I'm just saying criticism. Okay? Pat Riley is not above criticism. We can all love him. We can all appreciate him. But damn it, dude, stop screwing around. You have failed for a long time now. Eric Spoelstra's been covering for your ass for a long time. Find a way to get a star. Period. You have ruined Jimmy Butler's first 4 years with the Miami Heat. They've been memorable. They've been incredibly successful. For one star to take you that far, no one in the NBA can do that. No one. LeBron doesn't do that. Wade doesn't do that. Embiid doesn't do that. Jokic doesn't do that. No one in the NBA does what Jimmy Butler did, where he's by himself with a bunch of role players, and he's gone to 3 Eastern Conference Finals and 2 NBA Finals. That man has succeeded and has just absolutely done more than you could ever imagine. So enough already. Pat Riley's the guy that's got to find a star. Mickey Harrison's the one that's got to. I mean, if you're Mickey Harrison, like, how are you so cheap and worried about salary cap and all that kind of crap? Pay the damn luxury tax. Why'd you acquire Butler? Don't you want to win us? Well, then do whatever it takes to get the other star. And I don't care what tax you got to pay. Bro, I don't want to hear you cry poor. You're a billionaire. You got money to spare. Do whatever it takes. I want you to do what I see the Moss brothers do. Those crazy bastards have done anything and everything to try to win, and they have made 4 billion mistakes. They have been a disaster. Okay? A disaster. They can't build a winner on their own. And by the way, kudos to Michelle Kaufman, because she wrote an article that I have been talking about now since they did the Messi deal. I said, it's great to get Messi. You ain't winning shit if you don't get him help. Messi can come here with the team you currently have, and you ain't winning shit. So kudos to her. But the Moss brothers, okay, they've made a bunch of mistakes. I get it. I'm fine. But I'm in their corner. I believe they will win. Why? Because they're going to do whatever it takes. That's what Stephen Ross does. He hasn't won it yet, but damn it, dude, he'll do whatever it takes. So you got to go Imagine Dragons here, baby. Whatever it takes. You got to go Imagine Dragons here. And if you don't go Imagine Dragons, then, you're not going to win it. But I don't want to hear. I never hear the Moss brothers or Ross cry poor. Ever. They're going to do the same thing every other owner does in the history of mankind. They'll file their papers. They'll try to get public funding. If they don't, then they go on and do it themselves. Oh, no, okay, no problem. We'll do it ourselves. I just don't want to hear about luxury tax, and I don't want to hear about failures from Pat Riley anymore. Pat has not gotten his own whale since Shaquille O'Neal. Okay? Let's get that straight. Since 2004, it's been nearly 20 years that Pat Riley landed his own whale. Do you realize that? 20 years. 20 años. LeBron and Bosch, all Wade. Butler, all weighed. So where's your big fish? Hell, Lowry came because of Butler. And that was a waste. But I'm just saying. And that's not even a whale. That's a guppy. Lowry's an incredibly expensive guppy. That's where your attention needs to go. That's where you need to focus. Ownership and front office for the Miami Heat, not coaching and not the players. They have maxed out. You can't ask any more from them, from the Bubble Boys, from the scrubs that went 31-10.5. None of these teams you can ask anything from. Spo maxes out all of them. And maybe Spo is part of the mistakes on personnel. I'm not sure. I don't know what he wanted, what he didn't want. I'm not exactly sure. All I know is personnel has failed miserably. Understand that. Failed miserably. Because you keep going on the cheap and you keep trying to develop these guys you find off the street. And listen, I get it. One day you'll find a star. But I don't know when it's going to be. And maybe one of those young kids will develop into a star, but right now they're not. They have their moments. Caleb is the best one out of the group. That's why he should have won the MVP in the Boston series. There's no other role player that was an MVP in any of the series except for Caleb. Jimmy's your MVP overall. Caleb was your next guy that played legitimately throughout an entire series like an MVP. But he's not a star yet, not even close. So find it, man. Find it. And that's where your focus needs to be. Not on, these guys that came up short, they don't have any heart. That's ridiculous, dude. That's insulting. And Jimmy Butler, he probably needs surgery. Rick D. Man, thank you for the love in the super chat. Remember, you guys can make a donation through Cash App or Venmo at Cash Big O Show. We get 100% of the donation on Cash App or Venmo. Here on YouTube, we get 70 because 30% is taken by YouTube. So, Rick D. Man, thank you, sir. What is expected of the Dolphins this season wasn't the expectations of the Heat or Panthers. Very good. That is very true. This season made us look like a dominant sports town, and now we possibly may get Lillard in addition to Messi. It would be nice, man. It would be nice. Pat Riley can't screw this up. He has to get Dame Lillard, not Kyrie Irving or Brad. I don't have any disdain for Bradley Beal. I can't stand Kyrie Irving. I think that would be the dumbest move in forever to get that loser. And by the way, aren't the owners Jewish? Last time I checked, isn't Mickey Harrison Jewish? Really? He's gonna allow them to trade for Kyrie Irving? Like, if I'm disgusted by Roger Waters. And I'm not Jewish, but I got a crap ton of Jewish friends, bro. Like a ton. Since I got in the broadcast biz, I have met more Jewish people than I ever did before I was in the broadcast biz. Growing up in Little Havana and Hialeah, you're not meeting a lot of Jewish people. You're not hanging out with a lot of Jewish people. You know what I'm saying? And those are some of my favorite human beings to associate with all the time. And I've grown a strong affinity to the Jewish community because most of the people that I've run into out of the Jewish community are freaking awesome. You know? And to see the way Roger Waters acts, and I love Pink Floyd. I will not attend a concert of his, and I'm not Jewish. But I feel insulted, the same way. And to me, Kyrie Irving is the same. This guy was backing Alex Jones. Another hateful piece of crap. I can't believe the Arison family would even give Kyrie Irving the time of day. I don't believe anybody. Seriously, I am dead serious about this. Okay? From the Jewish community, he doesn't deserve forgiveness because there is no honesty coming from any of his apologies or anything that he has done. You know, at least I give what's the name of the big center forward that screwed up for the Heat? Do you remember, Sean? What's his name? The backup, the journeyman guy that he said something really disgusting and towards the Jewish culture. Man, what's his name, dude? At least that guy showed like serious remorse. Like he tried. Now he's a scrubberine. He's a backup, so you don't get the same chances that you do as when you're a better player. They tolerate more.
Miles Leonard, Chad in the chat got it. Miles
That's
Leonard.
it. That's it. Who put it? Yes, Miles Leonard. That's it. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Chad. Appreciate it. You know, it's disgusting. Really? You're going to make a move for Kyrie Irving? That's gross, dude. I don't even know if I want to watch a Heat game if Kyrie Irving's on it. I don't know. I'd lose a lot of respect for the Heat organization if they're so desperate that they would settle for Kyrie even if he insults your faith. That's weak. Gotta say, that's weak. Sorry. Kyrie Irving isn't dependable. At least Lowry will play in games while Kyrie is at home tweeting something stupid on. Yeah, no, Kyrie Irving is not a Heat player, bro. There's after all these years of establishing the Heat culture, if you sign Kyrie Irving, that's basically flushing Heat culture down the toilet, saying, "Yeah, no, Heat culture doesn't stand for much. We'll sign anybody." So, got to do my research on what Kyrie believes, though. What are you talking about, dude? Did you see him retweet that book? Didn't you see him retweet Alex Jones? Yeah, I don't need to check anything on Kyrie Irving. You mean the guy that thinks that the earth is flat also? Yeah. All right, bro. Sure. There's no defense for Kyrie Irving, man. He's a waste of a human being and a basketball player. Neil Rogers, Sid, Big O are the best Jews ever in South Florida radio history, baby. Welcome to the tribe, Big O. Happy to be there. Happy to be there. And I'm dead serious. Some of the best people I deal with are from the Jewish faith. So I kind of take it personal myself, even though I'm not Jewish at all, you know. But it's just I find it disgusting, you know. I find hate, divisiveness of any kind against any community, against anything, against people's sexuality, like we have it going on now. I just don't think it's right at all. We're all different in one way or another. Our color, our nationality, our religion, our sexuality. Dude, if you're not hurting humans or kids, then it's a free world. Live your life. You know what I mean? If you're a person that's attracted to the home team, then God bless you, man. Be happy. That's what it is. That's what it is. You can't do anything about it. And there's nothing wrong with it. But somehow or another, there's something wrong if you're gay, if you're black, if you're Jewish, if you're this, if you're that. And it's ridiculous. It's just dividing and hate for anything like that is unacceptable, whether you use a law, a religion, or your point of view. That's not going to get us anywhere. So to me, guys like Kyrie, all they did was help divide. It's kind of like what we have to deal with nowadays. A lot in politics. Everything is about division on both sides. You know, the problem is when you're stuck on each side, you don't see it because you're in your echo chamber. You know, it's the same thing. It's like the Trumpies, like they're the minority, and they think because he gets indicted a whole bunch, oh, his power is going to grow. No, dude, it's just in your echo chamber, not everywhere else. All the rest of the normal people aren't looking at it that way. It's just you, Trumpies. You look at it that way because you're in your echo chamber. You know, dividing, bro. There's too much of that going on, and Kyrie Irving did his share of dividing us. And I am not, I can't accept that from Kyrie Irving. And I don't know how the Arison family would even tolerate bringing on a loser like that, quite frankly. Let's see. What else do we have? I believe in the scripture. So whatever goes against that, I'm against it. You spew hate against people on the right all the time. I spew hate on right and left. You just hear what you want. That's your problem, my brother. You just hear what you want because you're heavily on the right. So you only hear the hate on the right, but you don't hear me when I slam Biden and Warren and all these other losers on the other side. It's the same thing. I do it all the time, but you only hear what you want to hear because you're only on one side. Remember, I'm not on either side. I don't care about the left or the right. I crush both because none of them have got it going on. See, you are stuck on the right thinking that your side is right when both sides are wrong. Neither side has got it right, dude. Both sides have buried us. Neither side's looking out for us. But that's the problem with some of you. If you're on the left or on the right, you're only going to hear what you want to hear. That's all. But if you really listen to me, I'm not for either side. You're just butthurt because I take shots at your side also. And that's fine. That's understandable. If you listen long enough, you'll see I take shots at everybody because I don't care about either side. And I talk about it all the time. So, but you can hear whatever you want to hear, bro. That's fine. You're stuck on your own ways. It's all good. It's all good. Big O is consistent. He's totally objective when he has to be. They are all crooked, and Big O is consistent. And I don't defend Big O hardly ever. He is consistent. There you go. All you got to do is listen. You know I'm not for either side. I don't think either side is looking out for Americans because that's all I care about. I don't care about Democrats, and I don't care about Republicans, and I don't care about Trumpies. I care about Americans. I care about what's good for all of us, not just one side, you know? And unfortunately, none of them give us any candidates. I'm an independent, and you're right about both sides. You know, that's the screwed up part. We can say we're independents, but we have nothing to stand on as independents. Being in the middle of, and we don't want to be Democrats and we don't want to be Republicans. So what do we do as independents? We have like nothing to stand on. We have nobody to represent us. There's no party. And for an independent party to develop, God, it's going to take forever. I'll be dead, like decades dead by the time that happens. It's, you know, I don't know. It's almost like, why even say we're independents? Just say we're Americans and we don't care about Democrats or Republicans. Because we got nobody, dude. Nobody will lead us. Let's see. What we have is a uniparty that is run by the military industrial complex and the WEF. Big O hates both left and right equally, which I admire and agree. Exactly. That's all. The faster you understand that I don't care and dislike Biden and dislike Trump and dislike DeSantis and dislike Bernie. Oh my God. No, notice in the bill that they just passed, that terrible bill that they just passed, the people that said no are the extremes on the left and the right. Okay? All those freaks on the right and all those freaks on the left are the ones that said no. Okay? Right? The Matt Gaetzes and the Bernie Sanders. They might be different people, okay? Right? But in the end, they do the same damage. But, I'm sorry, you only heard the Democrat part or you only heard the Republican part about that? Oh, you'll make your choice. You'll do whatever you want. You go ahead. Both sides are playing us against each other. Exactly. That's what I try to tell people all the time. Anybody that's a Democrat, I'll slice you up and tell you why they're playing against you. And if you're a Republican, I'll slice you up and tell you why they're using you and playing with your mind also. Both of them are doing it right. Dude 67 has it right on target. The faster Americans find out about that, the faster they realize, okay, that neither party's really out for you. They're out for themselves and their personal interests. The better we're all going to be. You know, sad part is that neither party can come up with a candidate. And that's the worst part. We have to settle for what we think is the lesser of both evils. Whatever you think it is. But that's basically what you're doing, unless you're just a party zombie. And those of you that are party zombies, if you don't know the definition of that, it's exactly what it sounds like. That's my nickname for you. Party zombie. Doesn't matter who's there. It could be a double murderer, but he's a Democrat. Oh, I got to vote Democrat. I got to vote Republican. Same crap. Party zombies don't think for themselves. They just vote the party. So a lot of you are party zombies because you really don't follow the politics. You really don't know what it's all about. So you just have your side. You're a Republican or Democrat and you just go with it, you know? So it's sad, man. Big O, how do you feel about people that do not vote? I'm torn because if you're like me, that you don't like either candidate, and then it kind of sucks that you have to settle for your vote, doesn't it? Like you really don't like Biden, but you hate Trump more, so you voted for Biden. You really don't like Democrats. You really don't like Trump, but you're a Republican, so you'll vote Trump because you had to, or DeSantis, or whoever ends up winning, right? So you end up voting, but you're settling. That's not, you can't be happy voting that way. I'm sure a lot of people that voted for Biden or Trump, they hated that they made that vote, but they made the vote, and then you're forcing them to settle for a vote. So that's my part with that. That's the part that tears me. Like I vote no matter what, and I settle for what I think is the lesser of two evils, right? But in the end, the people that don't vote and they don't like either candidate, Jonathan, how can I criticize you when every 4 years they don't give us a good candidate to vote for? How do I criticize somebody to tell them, oh no, you got to vote for one of the two shitty candidates? What kind of argument is that? How can I make a discussion with somebody like that? Oh no, dude, you got to vote. I know both candidates suck. I know, whatever it is, Biden and DeSantis, Biden and Trump, whatever, two garbage candidates. Oh no, you got to vote. Well, why? You know what I mean? I can't pick on somebody like that. I know it's said, oh, well, it's a right and it's a privilege and all that kind of stuff. But what if they don't give you anything good to vote for? And then you kind of feel like you're contributing to the crap. See what I'm saying? So I'm torn on that one. I find it hard to criticize somebody when there's never any good candidates every 4 years. And that's the problem. Doesn't matter who it is, Bush Jr. or Obama or Trump or Biden or whoever's next, they bury us even deeper into the abyss. That's why our financial system is broken. That's why it cannot be fixed. And that's why they're panicking now, because they know where we're headed. We're going to lose the dollar as the currency of the world. We're not going to have the same power over the next couple of years. Countries are dumping the dollar left and right, and that's because it's lost its power. And then we have also, since the day from Nixon taking it off of the gold, and then every president after that has just contributed to destroying our dollar. Democrats and Republicans have destroyed it. So if somebody doesn't vote for the two crappy candidates we're going to have, how do I get mad at somebody that didn't want to vote for a crappy candidate? That's kind of screwed up. You know what I mean? Let's see. Chris Dravez, Big O. I'm very in the middle as well, but do agree the left should tone down the G-train stuff for children. Whatever, bro. It's left, right. They're all screwed up in every way possible. I can come up with a whole bunch of things that they're terrible about. Voting is a civic duty that something that's lost, like standing up to the flag and reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. Again, I have a hard time forcing somebody to vote for somebody shitty. You know what I'm saying? Big O, you got to play the Neil Rogers audio bit about the bridge tender. It was hilarious. How come you guys need to hear some bridge tender? I disagree, Orlando. We have an obligation to vote, not simply a right with social media. You would think an independent could get the word out. I get it, but I can't blame somebody that says I can't get behind either one of these candidates. I can't blame them, Jay. I can't. Even though I vote every time, I cannot blame somebody that doesn't want to vote for Biden or Trump or DeSantis. I can't. I understand. It's like you feel like you're contributing to the destruction of our country. Either way. So I get what you're saying in general, but it's gotten so bad nowadays, and we don't have the right people running anymore. We don't have people that truly care about Americans. They care about their personal. That's why they're all rich, and that's why they all have. Elizabeth Warren makes like $200,000 a year. She's got $67 million in the bank, and you're like, yeah, how did that happen? You know, come on, man. And look at her. She's attacking crypto because she's protecting the banks, because that's where her money comes from. I mean, it's like this, like the dirtiness is so obvious that comes through our, like what you're watching Gensler do. He's a puppet that's his strings are being pulled by Biden, Warren, Powell, and Yellen. And they are the ones that are doing all this crap and leading, the country in the wrong direction and destroying banks. They're the ones that are purposely destroying small and medium banks, destroying the dollar, and then they want to bring it all down to central banks so they can centralize our money even more and control us. And a lot of you don't even see it. A lot of you don't even know. And some of you, because you're so dead set on being a Democrat, you're going to be, oh, no, the CBDCs are good for us because they say so. It's just stuff like that goes on, Democrat or Republican. I could just go on and on, man. I can go on and tell you what the Republicans are doing and tell you what the Democrats are doing. And it's like you just don't see it. And that's because you go about your business every day. You don't really read into what's actually going on in the world, in our economy, in our banking system, and all this kind of stuff, because you're so busy with the kids, paying your bills, working, all the stuff in your normal life that you don't have time for all that stuff and to really dig into how corrupt our system is. It's a shame, man. Roderick Freeman, thank you for the love on the super chat. Since voting is a privilege, it is my privilege to not vote for people I don't trust, and I don't trust any of them. How in the hell do I argue with that? Who trusts Biden or Trump or DeSantis, dude? You've got to be out of your mind. He's right. That's why I say that I can't, even though I vote for one of the losers every 4 years, I can't argue with the people that don't, bro. I can't. So anyway, just find out which side is lying to you. Both. One side just does it more sophisticated than the other. That is very true. That is very true. Target stock down 20%, Walmart up 3%, Bud Light sales down 30%. People are speaking with their money. Yeah. The last people's candidate was William Jennings Bryan. Wow. The more votes on the ballot for anyone except the two parties, the more people will see we need to bring a change back. Yeah, I know, but it just I don't see it happening. Don't see it happening. We're not smart enough to keep up with everything that's going on so we can actually, bring these people down. We're too lazy. We don't find out about the stuff that's going on. Rick D. Man, thank you for the love on Cash App, my man. I appreciate it. Says Big O, will you do Olympic coverage? Yes, I will. Definitely. Now, it won't be, remember, the Olympic coverage, it depends. We're not going to be doing a lot of gymnastics. Okay? But yeah. Also, he says, Dolphins and Inter Miami expect to win it all. Let's hope so, Rick. Let's hope so, my friend. It would be really nice if they can do that. Appreciate it. Thank you. Remember, you can make a donation like Rick did through Cash App or Venmo and send in your questions, comments, and insults, all kinds of good stuff at Cash Big O Show. That is Cash Big O Show. Thank you. Dude says, I worked in government for 30 years. The corruption, even at a city level, is crazy. I can't imagine what it's like at the federal level. Isn't the FBI investigating our mayor? Suarez, right? For some payments or something like that. Yeah, no, it's a clean thing. All right, let's rock and roll. Let's change subjects here. Matt Verderam is ready to rock, and he'll start off hour number 2 of the Big O Radio Show, mastered by the one and only Sean Stanley.
We interrupt this program to bring you a special report.
Miles an hour, that's a Category 4 hurricane. 3 deaths are reported in Florida after more than 24 were killed in the Caribbean. This
Statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Rock, hour number 2 of the program. Matt Verderam ready to join us. Good morning, sir. How are you doing, my brother? You doing all right?
I'm great. How are you?
Excellent, brother. Excellent. Although I wore today the Grumpy Miners jersey.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Since we're a little grumpy over the last 2 nights of watching the Heat and the Panthers get eliminated, but brother, the better teams won, and
That's it, bro. It's the prince turned back into a frog, and it was a phenomenal run for both. You know what I'm saying? And I don't, today's one of those days where I keep telling Heat and Panther fans, you can't complain, dude. You went farther than every other team in the league, and you weren't even supposed to be there. So, I think if you're Boston, you're kicking your ass, like the Bruins or the Celtics. You know what I mean? If you're the Sixers, you're pissed. If you're the Carolina Hurricanes, you're pissed. But if you're the Panthers or you're the Heat, okay, you're a little disappointed, but man, you had one hell of a season. How do you see it from an outsider's point of view?
You had a great season. I mean, you got to the finals as 8 seeds. I mean, who could have ever expected that you were going to go to the finals as an 8 seed? I mean, the Heat especially. Nobody thought they were going to beat Milwaukee. Everybody thought that was going to be a 4 or 5 game series, and it was. It ended up being a 5-game series, but not in the direction everybody thought. I think at some point, you know what? You got to say it's disappointing you lose at any point in time, but to get that far, that's an amazing run, especially, again, for an 8 seed in the NBA. I mean, they're only the second team ever to be an 8 seed to get to the final.
I'm with you there, man. All right, so let's get to a little NFL. Dalvin Cook. Does Dalvin Cook have a sense of reality? Is what I want to know, because I'm going to read, and you probably read his quotes already, but just in case there are others out there that haven't read his quotes, and maybe you disagree with me on here on what I'm about to say. But when it comes to Dalvin Cook, he wants to go to a place, and so I don't paraphrase, let me read his exact quotes that he told Tom Pelissero from the NFL Network. He says, I want the value. I want somebody who values Dalvin Cook. I love the third person stuff. I want somebody that wants me to be there and give me the ball. I just want to go into the right situation so I can help somebody win. Like you said, the money's going to come. If you play good football, they are going to pay you. I just want to go to somewhere where it feels like it's home and somebody to help somebody win, and just go there to be me. Just go turn it loose and look for home. That's it. My shoulder's feeling great, so it's like a waiting game right now at this point. Just trying to find the right situation. I don't think it's a rush or anything. So you look at it, he wants to be paid. He wants to be paid. He wants to be the main ball carrier. He wants a lot of carries. He wants money. Let's see. Nobody trades for Derrick Henry. Austin Eckler also couldn't find a trade partner. Saquon Barkley is pissed and holding out because they won't give him a big contract. Aaron Jones had to cut his salary from $17 million to $11 million.
Yep.
Dalvin Cook wants to be the main ball carrier, and he wants a lot of money. Is he sitting in reality right now that he plays running back? Please help me here, Matt.
He's probably not going to get paid a lot of money. I mean, that's just the reality. Big L, look, you and I have been, watching the sport combined probably for 70 years. I mean, the reality of it is this is the worst time ever to be a running back in the history of the NFL. You are not going to get big money. And if you do, by the way, it's going to be one of those contracts where it's like, yeah, you got paid, but it's really like 2 years and then a bunch of team options. Like that, I mean, that's really how it works, right? And so if you're Dalvin Cook, do I think he could be the bell cow somewhere? Yeah, I definitely think he could be the bell cow. I mean, he's got 4 straight years of 1,100 plus yards. But is he going to get paid the way he wants to get paid? No. If that was the case, Minnesota would still have him on the team. So,
and by the way, nobody bell cows anymore.
There
are very few bell cows.
Right.
There's a bell cow available. The ultimate bell cow is available to be had by anybody. Right. The Titans would gladly trade you Derrick Henry. If you think you're one running back away from a Super Bowl, who are you getting, dude? You go get Derrick Henry. And nobody trades for a guy like that who would change any running game instantly.
I think really what you're seeing is teams are just saying, look, we can go get these guys with late round picks. We can go get them with mid round picks, and we'll ride them for 4 or 5 years, and then we'll just move on. I mean, that's what most teams do. Miles Sanders just had a great year in Philadelphia. Where's he playing this year? He's in Carolina. Because Philadelphia went, that's nice.
Has been a monster.
Great
The
play.
only reason he's getting $11 million, it's because Green Bay likes him and he's paid his dues with them. And they said, hey, if not, we're going to cut you. They would have cut his ass if he doesn't take the $11 million. And they're giving him 11 because it's Aaron Jones. It's their own guy, dude. I think either his agent's doing a disservice to him, or his agent doesn't have the guts to like tell him the truth. But that conversation there, he is in complete fantasy land, dude.
He is not going to get paid a big amount of money, or at least the amount of money that he wants. I mean, that's just not going to happen. If that was going to happen, he'd still be in Minnesota. I think the reality is when you look around the league, who are the teams here? Like that team has a great running back, right? Indianapolis, they stink. Tennessee, they're not good. The Giants, who are good, but really, a little bit of a team that you look at last year and went, all right, they went 9-7-1, kind of everything came up roses. Most of these teams that are great teams, you don't even think about their running back. I mean, who cares who Buffalo's running back is? Kansas City is Isaiah Pacheco. He's a good player, but he's not going to be a first ballot Hall of Famer. It's different than in the 90s when if you were good, you had a good running game. You had Emmitt Smith, you had Barry Sanders, you had Thurman Thomas, whoever you want to throw out there. The game has changed now. These teams are not going to pay running backs, and that's why Dalvin Cook was released in the first place. Minnesota, who has relied on him heavily, said, you know what, we're good. We don't need you. We're going to move on. We're going to play. We're going to let Alexander Madison play. And you know what? He's probably going to give you 80-85% of what Cook gave you for a fraction of the price. And the Vikings know that. And so that's why he's on the move.
Stefan Diggs. What is he, the Mariah Carey of football? Never happy? I mean, it's what's up? What's going on with Stefan Diggs now? And boy, that's a great question to ask you. I got to ask you to get into the mind of Stefan Diggs. All right, let's go.
Okay. Look, I think a few things about this are true. One is, if you're going to have all this happen, now is the time and not training camp or the season. I mean, you've got some time, but at the same point, if you're the Bills, this is not what you need right now. Like, you're a team that the last 2 years, you have lost playoff games that have left a scar on you. 2 years ago, it was 13 seconds in Kansas City. Last year, in a much different way of leaving a scar, they got pummeled at home by Cincinnati in a year where they were supposed to win the Super Bowl, and they don't even get to the AFC title game. That team has struggled at times with losing ridiculous games. They lose focus, they bad turnovers, a play here, a play there. And so right now, my feeling is you need to be, if you're the Bills, everything's got to be laser focused. And instead of, and by the way, that division's a hell of a lot better too. And now you're focused on what? You're focused on what is being termed a non-football issue with Diggs in the team. And Allen is saying, well, the team's got to communicate better. The team just gave him 5 years worth of money. I mean,
20, he's going to make like $25 million or something. I don't know what it is. But he's making a lot of money, bro.
He signed for 5 more seasons. Like, look, if I'm the Bills, sure, you want to placate the guy, keep him happy and all that. But like, at the same point, you're trying to win games. And I'm not going to say that something going on early June is going to derail the season. I think that's aggressive. But it speaks to a larger problem sometimes, I think, with the Bills, which is there's always like when you watch the Bengals, when you watch Kansas City, when you watch Philadelphia, San Francisco, those teams are laser focused on what they need to do. Like, doesn't mean they never have a bad game, but those teams are just honed in. And with the Bills, they lose to Zach Wilson last year, and it cost them home field advantage. 2 years ago, they lost to Urban Meyer. That was impossible that year. They lost that game, didn't score a touchdown. Like, you need to be focused. And I think this speaks to the larger issue of what are they doing? Why is Diggs worried about this? Just get on the field and do what you need to do and be there and be accountable to your teammates. And right now he's not being that.
It is truly amazing. And it's just, again, like, you got nothing to complain about, bro. You're getting paid a boatload of money and they throw you the ball a whole bunch. But the problem is if you don't throw the ball to him in a game, he'll lose his mind. I mean, in one game last year, the coach had to hug him into halftime and whisper in his ear sweet nothings to kind of, make him feel comfortable again or something. I don't know. It's just an odd thing, dude.
I know this isn't the typical format, but I'm going to swing this around and ask you a question. Do you think that the Bills are going to take a significant step back this season?
No, I don't think a significant step back. I think they could take a small step back. Yeah, I think the Dolphins win the division. I think the Bills are the wild card.
I agree.
That's what I think ends up happening this year, to be quite honest. So, yeah, I think it's a step back, but it's a slight step back. They're still going to be a pain in the ass to deal with. They're still very, very talented. If X is going to be healthy, and then you've got Ramsey, I'm just not fearing any receiving core right now, because Holland and those two corners are going to make life impossible. And for a quarterback like him, I know he's fantastic running and all that, but throwing, he's going to get erratic at times, and he's going to make some mistakes, and you could force him into mistakes. I think Miami and that defensive coordinator is the kind of defensive coordinator you want against Josh Allen, because that's the kind of defense that will force the Bills to be perfect all the way downfield, because he's not going to be blitzing you a ton. He's going to be flooding the secondary, and then he's going to be trying to confuse you with the fronts. And then that's what he's going to try to play. And I think that's how you get to Josh Allen, when you have to force him to be perfect all the way downfield. And that's why there's a lot of reasons why, but that's one of the main reasons why I like the Dolphins over the Bills this year, and why maybe I'm an insane maniac for thinking that.
You're not. I think Miami's going to win the division too. And I look at the reason I asked that is I just wonder with Buffalo a little bit, and I tend to be with, I think the way you put it is how I would feel, but I do wonder a little bit with this.
Three Pro Bowl three Pro Bowl caliber players in that secondary. I think that secondary is scary as hell. Oh my God.
Well, I just, look, I agree with you. I wonder with Buffalo, one thing that went under the radar yesterday, I mean, all this stuff with Diggs going on, but Allen made a comment in a presser yesterday where he said, I'm paraphrasing, but essentially said the team has to do a better job communicating. That speaks to a much larger issue than just Stefan Diggs. And what does that mean? Is that the coaching staff? Is it the front office? Who is that? You would think it'd be the coaching staff. I mean, that's at least how I read it. Last year, the one thing about Buffalo that concerned me long term for them is as that year went on, it is actually exemplified in that playoff game against the Dolphins. Ken Dorsey, there was no game plan. It was just, we're going to throw the ball down the field 25 times and hope that a handful of them hit. That is hope. Hope is not a strategy in life or in the NFL. And I do wonder, is there a little bit of consternation in that building that goes just beyond Stefan Diggs? I mean, is there a little bit of we've gotten a couple bites at this apple, haven't been able to do it. Now they're not the favorite anymore. Kansas City's better than them. Cincinnati, in my opinion, is better than them. I think Miami's at least as good as them, if not better than them. Jacksonville is becoming a team to be reckoned with. The Jets, we'll see what they are. They're interesting. Baltimore, we'll see what they are, but they have talent. The Bills, you just wonder. And look, I'm writing a piece on this actually at Sports Illustrated right now. And I won't give the whole farm away, but their cap situation is a problem, man.
I was just going to tell you, he's got $24,000 cap hit, but his dead cap hit is $45 million, dude. Okay. Well, I mean, he's untradeable.
Oh, no question. But I'm not even talking.
By the way, it's coaching, not front office, the communication part. Why? He's got his fat ass salary. There's no need. That's all the front office communicates about is money. Okay, the money's done. So something's going on with playing time. Something's going on with he's not getting enough balls. He must have been complaining from last year. So he wants to set the table this year. Am I going to get as many balls as possible or whatever? It's coaching. It's definitely coaching. That contract is, oh my God, it is a cancer, that contract, if you can't fix things with this guy.
Well, first of all, he's unmovable, okay? But second of all, I'm not even talking about him. I'm talking about if you look at their – most of the time when you are paying big cap hits, you're paying them to your quarterback, which they are too, which is fine, or you're paying them to guys on their second deals who are in their 20s. If you look at Buffalo, they are paying guys well into their 30s, and those are the biggest cap hits of the team. Jordan Poyer, Micah Hyde, Von Miller, Stefan Diggs, toward the end of his deal, Matt Milano, Deion Dawkins. And Dawkins, Milano, and there's one other player who's escaping me at the moment. They have void years on the end of their contracts just to make it all work. I think it's Hyde. Like, you're just giving away cap room at that point just to make it work. They signed Dawson Knox to a big extension and then drafted his replacement a year later. Like, this is Mitch Morse, by the way, is making a ton of money. He's in his 30s. The Bills, and the reason this is happening, the Bills have not drafted well the last 4 years. If you go and look at their drafts over the last 4 years, they have not done particularly well. A few guys, the Gabe Davises of the world, Dawson Knox, but they haven't drafted the Jalen Waddles of the world. They haven't drafted the Nick Boltons of the world. They haven't drafted the Devonta Smiths. Okay, guys who, Debo Samuel, guys who you look at and go, that guy changes the game. He tilts the field. And right now, if you're Buffalo, the problem with that is, A, you're short on depth, but B, you're forced into paying all these guys on their third contracts, and you're left with these bloated cap hits, and you're left with diminishing returns and injury risks. Like, that's a real problem. I went back and I looked and compared the Bills to some of the other powers around the league. Their cap situation is a mess the next couple of years, and it's because they haven't drafted well.
Yeah, no, it's ugly, dude. I mean, absolutely ugly. But that's why I kind of think that the tide is going to turn this year, and I think the Dolphins made all the right moves this offseason to balance out because they were all offense. Now their defense got balanced out, and I just kind of I just think they have designed it to say, because that's what you're supposed to do. First, you design your team to beat the people in your division.
Yeah.
So if you have a big-time player in your division, like your favorite team, Kansas City, everybody else in that division has got to design their team to defeat Pat Mahomes first and foremost. You worry about the other shit after when you get to the playoffs. That's fine. But you got to get out of your division first. And if you're the Dolphins, they just built the team the way to stop, the Bills by getting their coordinator and grabbing that other corner. And then that's it, dude. Now, you're not a run-heavy team, right? Only your quarterback runs. So you want to pass the ball a lot? Okay, good. Now we're going to throw X and Ramsey at your ass with Hollins, and let's see what you got now. And so I just love the matchup now for Miami against the Bills. Speaking of your Chiefs, by the way, dude, this is all posturing, right? This Chris Jones bullshit. This is all off-season talk, people, because I know he's going into the final year of his contract. He's got, $20 million? What is it, 4-year, $80 million deal? And I was reading, and to me, it sounds like a bunch of posturing bullshit that I know he's not attending camp and all that. This is Mahomes on defense, bro. Like, they're going to pay him, right? This is just crap that people are writing and agents just, doing their thing and the team just doing their. This is all just posturing bullshit, right?
Yeah. I'd be pretty surprised if it wasn't. Look, by the way, this exact thing happened a handful of years ago. They signed him to a second deal. I mean, this literal exact same thing happened. He didn't show up to the A's. He didn't show up to camp. And then about the first week of July, they gave him 4 years and $84 million. And, look, I can tell you from speaking to people around that team, there's no appetite to move on from Chris Jones. And look, I've seen people say, well, they moved on from Tyreek Hill. They would do it with Chris Jones.
But D linemen age well.
Well, there's two.
They actually age well. If they take care of themselves, obviously, they age well. They can still be very effective into their 30s.
There's two differences. Yeah. Beyond that, one is the Tyreek Hill thing was blown up by the Devontae Adams and Christian Kirk deals. I mean, that is they were going to sign him, and then all that happened, and he ended up in Miami. But with Chris Jones, all these other D linemen have signed this year already, this offseason. Simmons, Payne, Dexter Lawrence, all these guys have signed. It didn't blow up the market. Now, I actually think it helped Kansas City, quite honestly. The market didn't move that much. Secondly, Chris Jones is on defense. Tyreek Hill's on offense. The Chiefs will always look at their offense and go, as long as we protect Mahomes, we're going to win a ton of games. He's going to score 1 million points, right? It's kind of like when Peyton Manning was throwing the ball to Griff Whalen, and it didn't matter because he's Peyton Manning. Like, it was him and Anthony Gonzalez and like Austin Collie, and they were scoring 35 points a game. Nobody cared. Right. The Chiefs, as much as they value Tyreek Hill, they always believed offensively they were going to score points because they have Mahomes, and they have a very good offensive line. Mahomes can't fix the defensive line. Chris Jones is the defensive line. And by the way, Chris Jones makes Nick Bolton as good as he is too, because nobody can block Nick Bolton because everybody's trying to block Chris Jones. So yes, I would expect them to sign him to a contract somewhere around 26 to 28 million a year, give or take somewhere in that range. But yes,
by the way, they want to sign him because they'll create cap space next year from that.
Yes, he won't about 20 million. So
yeah, he won't have a large salary next year. Instead of the 20 million they're paying him this year, I bet it's like 10 next year because they'll backload the rest in the final couple of years of the deal.
His cap hit this year is 28 million bucks. So they'll slash that thing down to about 8 million. They'll save 20.
Yeah, they included this year.
Well, I'll tell you what's really interesting. If they extend him in the next month and DeAndre Hopkins is still a free agent, then they will sit there and say, got the money now. What does it matter? Because they don't need to roll it forward. They have a ton of cap space going forward.
But I'm afraid that DeAndre Hopkins has a little bit of the same disease that Dalvin Cook has.
He might.
I don't think he realizes that he's not getting money anymore like he thought he was going to get. So even if the Chiefs are interested, they have all the leverage. If he wants to go play with Mahomes, he's not going to play for big money. So
you're not wrong. You're not wrong, but they are interested in him. But they don't have the money right now that they're willing to give him. Right. But if that happens, then all of a sudden the Chiefs have more of an appetite to just say, all right, you know what? I mean, I don't think they would overspend, but they would be more aggressive. Now, that being said, he could sign with the Titans tomorrow, and that's the end of it. And I don't think the Chiefs are going to exactly lose any sleep over it. By the way, I appreciate the people in the chat asking me about the Hawaiian theme behind me. There's been a little bit of work is being done outside of our house. It's loud as hell. So I went to the gym and I asked them for an office, and they put me in the kids' party room. So it's a Hawaiian theme. So sometimes you got to do what you got to do. Okay, but here we are.
That is funny, man. All right. By the way, did you see the Cleveland Browns new logo? I got to say that after decades and decades of a terrible logo, plus they showed that what was that, elf on crack or something?
That wasn't good.
That thing. I mad props, bro. I think this is a super cool logo.
It's really good. It's really good. It's the first good thing the Browns have done in 25 years. It's really, you know what? Like, I like the fact that they leaned into their fans. I mean, they're the dog pound. Like, what if you think of the Cleveland Browns in heyday, what do you think of? You think of them throwing dog biscuits on the field, right? I mean, that's what you think of, an old municipal stadium, screaming and yelling. Like, I've always thought the Dolphins should have like a little shoulder patch or something that pays homage to the Orange Bowl. Like, when you think of those franchises, you think of those play. Like, you think of when I think of the Miami Dolphins, I think of the 72 team, and I think of the Orange Bowl. And I think of like those hot, sweltering Miami nights. Like, so I'm glad that the Browns.
I think the Dolphins should do what your team does. Wear the AFL patch.
Yeah, I love that they do that. They did that when Lamar Hunt passed. I love that they do that.
I think every AFL team should still wear the AFL patch. Just as
I agree. It's a great
small
bit of history. I'm glad the Chiefs
side, but to remember a league that was incredibly important to the growth of the NFL, because it contributed not just teams but rules and things like that did not exist before the NFL. So I'm just saying, it's just I would like that, because every time KC does that, and of course it means more there because the Hunt family is the one that created the damn AFL. So you know what I mean? It's that line that everybody always says from that era: never forget the AFL. They all say that. You know what I mean? And so I remember a story about Mr. Hunt seeing the Patriots win a Super Bowl, and he said, "Congratulations, go AFL." So it's something that means to this day the Hunt family will root for an AFL team, even if it's not them, but they want that AFL team to advance to the Super Bowl and win it all. That's how the Hunt family, and I think that's how I think all the AFL teams should be, actually.
Well, it's a huge point of pride. And, look, I mean, the Hunt family did create the AFL, but I would say the Dolphins have a unique place in one regard. And they were, of course, one of the later teams to join. The only team that joined the mass was Cincinnati. Yeah. But the one thing the Dolphins did, when that league merged, they were the first real superpower right after it. They gave the AFL look, the Jets and the Chiefs winning Super Bowl 3 and 4 gave them like legitimacy. But when the Dolphins became what they became in the early 70s, there was no arguing that the AFL was some schlep. I mean, they literally went undefeated. They were destroying teams.
Right.
So I think, when you look back, the Dolphins really kind of put that final stamp on how the AFL played, because that was a team that was built in the AFL and just matured in the early years after the merger. But I'm with you. I would love to see all the AFL teams, do what the Chiefs do and wear it over their heart. I think that's cool. It's different. I also think the Dolphins should go back to their 1980s jerseys, but that's just me.
Well, that's we actually had that conversation on Twitter yesterday. I think eventually Tom Garfinkel, who's done an amazing job as team president, on the business side, improving the stadium, everything the practice facility, everything, saving the tennis tournament. I mean, there's so much going on in that place. They just built a hospital on the property. Baptist Health has a hospital now on the property. Wow. So if a player gets injured, brother, they're right there, like literally next to the field. That's how ridiculous that property is. I mean, it's got a gondola going across the damn thing. He built bridges. He built walkways, all kinds of stuff to help tunnels and shit, to help everything for the ingress and egress. I mean, really, everything he's done is just absolutely amazing. And that logo was done right before he got here. So I think Tom Garfinkel eventually fix it and bring back the old logo, of course, with some kind of a modern day twist, which I don't have a problem with that. So they can put their signature on.
Bring it back.
They'll bring it back, but they'll do some kind of a little tweak. I don't think it'll be anything that'll change it massively, but I think they'll do some kind of a tweak because that's what they always do. You know what I mean? But yeah, I would love for them to actually bring it back. All right. So what are you working on, Sports Illustrated, so folks can check you out, my friend? Besides that Bills article.
We got that coming out early July. I think we're holding it for that dead period. But we have 32 teams in 32 days that my colleague Gilberto Manzano and I are working on. Every day one comes out, save for the weekends. And we are previewing all 32 teams, kind of giving an overview. I wrote the Dolphins one. We're rotating on and off, but I did write Miami's. I will tell you this much. I am very high on Jalen Phillips. I think he is going to become a superstar this year.
10 plus sacks. I'm predicting 10 plus sacks for Jalen Phillips this year.
I'm in. I'm with you. I also am writing a piece about, it's like a letter to Aaron Rodgers, like what he should do in the New York City offseason, since I'm from just outside New York City. So my editors put me on that one. That's fun. Wrote about some defensive players I think could define the season. And so there's a lot going on. And then, hey, listen, check out, if you go to newsstands, go buy your Sports Illustrated magazine this month, because I am going to be in the magazine. I got 2 different stories in the magazine. And so that is the first time I'm being printed in the magazine. So I'm going to buy about 1,000 copies. Go ahead and please buy them.
I'm buying a copy. My man, Matt Verderame, is on Sports Illustrated magazine. I'm buying it this week. Definitely.
Beautiful. Comes out mid-July, guys. Buy it. I went up to Green Bay and I got 2 stories out of it. I think people will enjoy it.
Okay. Good stuff. And follow him on Twitter at Matt Verderame. Matt, appreciate it as always. We'll catch up next week, my friend. Thank you.
Take care.
We got it. There you go. Matt Verderame, baby, coming through for you. Duke, you got 15 sacks for Phillips? I like it. All right. I'll take that. I think he goes over double digits this year. I think he gets 10 plus. Okay. By the way, you know who's number one? Acura Pembroke Pines, the number one volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. No, in the United States. I've been telling you number one in the Southeast United States for many years now. Now number one in the country. And it's right here in your backyard at 15601 Pines Boulevard, just off of I-75 and Pines. Go see Larry Schlossberg and Pat Nasto, Tony Stampone, all the great people out there. If you own or lease an Acura, Mike Chan and Jordan Ferber do an excellent job in that service department, man. You're going to love them. Good people. Tell them that Big O sent you. They will definitely take care of you out there, and go get some great deals going on right now at Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines.
All right. Lamar Hunt created the Super Bowl. Yes, he did. He did after the Super Bowl. His kids were playing with the Super Bowl, and he named it the Super Bowl. So the Super Bowl inspired the Super Bowl. You are correct, sir. We don't need no stinking patches. Just revert to our classic unis. No, I would like the AFL patch. I disagree with you, James. Of course, I want the classic logo back, but I definitely would like the AFL patch on the uniforms. I think it's a really cool thing that Kansas City does, and I think every AFL team that originated from that league should wear an AFL patch. And in honor of that league and what it meant to football, because it meant a lot. It brought rules and things that did not exist, in the NFL, like the 2-point conversion did not exist. And that was brought from the AFL. What was the other thing? Oh, the camera work that they were doing in the AFL actually inspired the NFL to kind of change some of their camera angles, like looking at the looking at the huddle from that angle and that kind of stuff. There were a couple things that the AFL ended up influencing, the NFL along the way. So, yeah. What else do we have going on in the world of sports besides the Knights beating the Panthers 9-3 yesterday? What do we have here? Oh, by the way, I see that Messi does not plan to be at the World Cup in 2026 for Argentina. Looks like he's going to retire by then. So that gives you also a window on how long he plans to play here. Because if by 2026 he kind of considers himself pretty much done, I don't think he'll be playing in 2026 in the MLS. So you're only going to have a couple of years. I don't even know if Messi makes it to the new stadium to play a year, which is going to be a shame for the Moss brothers, because spending all this money, at least what I would wish for them is to have Messi for a year or two in the new stadium, so they're generating all that revenue back. You know what I mean? Because, dude, what the Moss brothers have done is unheard of in the history of South Florida sports. Nobody has ever built a stadium for fun, because that's basically what the Moss brothers did in Fort Lauderdale. Because once they moved to Miami, who's going to use that stadium? Their minor league outfit? What are they going to get? 200 people there? They're going to have concerts. They're going to have international games there, but they're going to want international games in their own stadium. I mean, it's basically giving the city of Fort Lauderdale $180 million stadium for them to just use. They built a beautiful football field for them, which was way better than the one they had at Lockhart. They have extra practice fields and all that, because they used the part of where the baseball stadium was at. I mean, they built a beautiful practice facility and all that. Nothing that the Moss brothers have done has gone cheap. They've been a disaster with their team. They can't build a team. Unfortunately, that has not gone well for them. But luckily, they're able to make the Messi move. But they still better now. Now they better find a way to get talent around Messi, because it's going to be a terrible look for you if you bring Messi and all he does is lose. That's not going to be good. Okay? But we'll see what happens there. But Messi, kind of making news today that he's not going to be a part of the World Cup. And then now you got to see what you got here with Inter Miami. And I hope Chris Henderson and company do a marvelous job of surrounding him with the right role players. Because if not, you're toast, dude. Messi's not going to just lift this team by himself. Okay? You need other players. When he was playing in Barcelona, he was playing with studs around him, PSG, whatever. Wherever he's played, he's had other studs playing around him. There aren't a lot of studs here at all on this team. Kind of crazy. Anyway, Bruce Brown. Bruce Brown is going to get paid. Yeah. And Bruce Brown is also getting laid. and maybe a little too much. Why? Because now that Bruce Brown just won a title, and now that Bruce Brown is about to get paid big time, guess what's popped up now that he's going to get paid big time? A baby mama has popped up. How about that, ladies and gentlemen? Yes, sir. The one and only Lana Rhodes is now with baby. She was tweeting out for months that she was, what was it? She had an NBA seed in her, right? And so now she says she has an NBA champion baby. And so the word on the street now is that Bruce Brown impregnated the porn star. Apparently, Blake Griffin also slept with her. So the word was it Blake's child or was it Bruce Brown's child? And first of all, you're sleeping or you're having sex with porn stars without condoms. And you're risking impregnating a porn star. You guys can look it up. I'm not going to show you any pictures of Lana Rhodes. Rhoades. And you know, there's plenty of pictures of her in action. Okay? So you guys can go check out who Bruce Brown's new baby mama is. These idiots lose their money before they even make it. I mean, Bruce Brown, dude, you're not about to make hundreds of millions of dollars for the next several years, okay? You're going to get a nice contract. There's no doubt about that. Somebody's going to probably pay you 12, 15 million, but after taxes and your agent and then the baby mama, there isn't that much left. The taxes alone off of 15 million, you're probably paying, I don't know, 5 of that in taxes or maybe more. I'm not sure. But I mean, dude, come on. Are you crazy? What is wrong with you? Bruce Brown. Wow. What can I tell you, folks? By the way, Omar Kelly will join us at noon. So we will talk to the one and only Stephen D. Phillips. Thank you, sir. Stephen, you're an angel, my brother. Thank you for the Cash App donation. Incredibly generous. Thank you. You do it every year. And you say, Big O, happy anniversary. Today is I'm going to say it's because I took 6 months off. So I'm going to say this is like our 2.5-year anniversary, something like that. Because we took 6 months off during the onside stuff. My voice, I had the whole, what's that called? The polyp in my vocal cords and all that stuff. So I took 6 months off. And then we restarted it after onside went belly up. And Stephen has obviously been incredibly faithful and supportive of our platform. And we thank you. And we've become friends over the years because we always hang out when he comes down. So thank you, Stephen. I appreciate you immensely, man. Thank you, man. Very kind of you. Very kind. Appreciate that immensely. What else do we have here? And remember, you can make a donation through Cash App or Venmo at Cash Big O Show. That is Cash Big O Show. Like Steven did, we get 100% of the donation on Cash App or Venmo. On YouTube, they take away 30%, which is completely unfair. What do we have here? Messi playing with the current Inter Miami lineup will be like LeBron James playing with the Charlotte Hornets. Yeah. Actually, maybe the Hornets are a little better, the ones that they have now. We're talking about what Lamar Hunt did. Perhaps the Moss brothers will be looked at in a similar way 20 years down the road. No, not even close. Two different things when you create an entire league that brings the NFL to its knees to a point that the NFL says, "Hey, let's merge because you're now taking our players." And they were signing guys that were some of the top players in Billy Cannon and Joe Namath, and then they were going after Mike Ditka, taking players away from their NFL teams in free agency because they had deep-pocketed owners like Lamar Hunt and Bud Adams and stuff like that. They had people that were willing to spend money. So then all of a sudden, and then they got a TV deal, and then that scared the shit out of the NFL because they all of a sudden became absolutely legit. And that's what scared them. So what Lamar Hunt did, I don't know if it'll ever be equaled. You know what I mean? What the Moss brothers are doing for us here is legendary in its own right. We've never had owners this aggressive like the Moss brothers, ever. Mickey Harrison doesn't come close. Okay? Not even close. Mickey Harrison, we built that arena for him. This guy went and built his own stadium, is going to build another one. Who does that, dude? Who the hell does that shit? And he went and got the best player in the entire damn world. Who does that? So we can be super critical about the Moss brothers' absolute failures their first 4 years in building a team. They do not do a good job so far. Okay? It's been terrible. Mediocre. But they did the other stuff. They do all the other stuff, and they went and got Messi. So they're willing to spend for the stars. So if you can get the stars, they're willing to do that. This place is going to be crazy for Messi, dude. The world is going to be coming here to try to get tickets to go to that place. I think Lana Rhodes might make more than him. Yeah, well, she's making money off of him now. She owns his ass for 18 years, dude. 18 years. Bruce Brown hired AB as his life coach. Yes. Careful, she's a bumpy road. I like how he spelled road. Very nice, man of 1,005 holds. Very nice. Very nice. I was about to say sign Bruce Brown to the Heat, but nope. Chad says, thank you, Sean, for mastering the platform. None of this is possible without the man, the myth, the legend himself. Damn right. Damn right. Sean Stanley is the man. Wellington Mara killed that mutual agreement. More credit should be given to Al Davis. Not than Lamar Hunt. No, not at all. Al Davis actually did not want to merge. He wanted to continue to take on the NFL. So it shows you that for those of you that are a little too young, you don't know. Those of you are a little older, you might realize this. Al Davis's contempt for the NFL came from the AFL. Okay? Because he was in direct competition with them for players and all. He hated the NFL. He wanted to bring the NFL to its knees. He did not want to merge. He thought it was a mistake to merge. Okay? No, I'm going to go Lamar Hunt. Lamar Hunt was prudent, was deliberate, was intelligent, brought it all together, and everybody grew because of it and became better because of it. His decisions allowed his league to become, a powerhouse. So I'm going to go Lamar Hunt. Al Davis is one of the 5 most important individuals in the history of the NFL. Don't get me wrong. But I'm going to go Lamar Hunt in front of him. Okay? Never take anything away from Al Davis. Al Davis is more important than most people ever have been to football, period. End of story. That's not up for discussion. Okay? Al Davis was part of the reason why the black athlete had many more opportunities in the AFL. Al Davis didn't give a crap what somebody looked like. And he proved that throughout his entire career. He hires black, white, women. It did not matter. Okay? And credit to that organization for that. And Al started that back in the 60s where he felt everybody deserved an opportunity. And God bless him for that. Okay? That's I'll never take anything away from Al Davis. I know that his image took a hit the last 15, 20 years of his existence because it kind of became a cartoon. And you know, hey, we all get old, we all get out of touch. It happens to all of us at one point or another. And obviously it happened to Al at that time. But before all that buffoonery of the last 15, 20 years, Al Davis was, brother, one of the monster figures of this league. Deserves just a world of love for everything that he brought to football. He really does. The merger started when Joe Namath entered the AFL. That was part of it with Sonny Werblin. Yes, that was part of the stuff that helped it out. The $400,000 and the four-door Lincoln and all that. Yeah, that started Billy Cannon, that. But really, it was the attempt to sign Mike Ditka and to take Gogolak, the kicker, who's the one that invented kicking from. That's the other thing that the AFL brought when they brought Gogolak in from the Buffalo Bills, and then I believe it was the Giants that signed Gogolak. And then that became a war. And then that's when they went after Mike Ditka. And then that's when the NFL came to the bargaining table. But Gogolak in the AFL, which is another reason, Gogolak was a European soccer kicker. So before Gogolak got here to the AFL, everybody in kicking kicked up straight. They lined up right behind the football and kicked it. Gogolak was the guy that came from the side to kick it, like all kickers do nowadays. He's the guy that started that. And then all of a sudden that became a craze on how to be a field goal kicker thanks to Gogolak from the Buffalo Bills. So all that, it just wasn't Namath. It was once they started to purge NFL players, that's when the NFL said, "Oh man, we gotta go to the negotiating table." So the Namath one and Billy Cannon and all that, those were like the scene setters for it. But the Mike Ditka move was kind of like the nail in the coffin. Mike Ditka was going to sign with, I forgot what team offered him a contract, and then he was going to leave the Bears. And that was going to be like, or no, he was leaving the Cowboys. I'm sorry, the Cowboys. And that was going to be like some big stink. Inter Miami has already reached 9 million followers on Instagram, and it's only been a week since he announced coming. And they had one, right? So they've gained 8 million followers thanks to Messi. That's why I told you LeBron and Marino and Wade combined aren't Messi. Combined. Okay? None of those guys give you 8 million followers on your Twitter account right away. Impossible. Only Messi can do that, bro. We've never had anything like this in this town. You have to go back to Pelé. And back then, the NASL wasn't anywhere near where the MLS is right now. Okay? The NASL was completely a fringe league. My God. And they still had 70,000 in stadiums because of Pelé. You know? Frankie Fresco. AEW Wednesday. Tony Storm, the champ. He put the champ this time, huh? Or Sky Blue. You know, Vida Blue, we lost Vida Blue recently. You know, Octavia Blue played for the University of Miami. She's a good player, by the way. Coach, too. But Tony Storm is the champ, right? So I already lost once against Tony Storm, correct? Wasn't it a couple weeks ago that I picked against Tony Storm there, Sean? Right? So I went against it. Sky's the limit, bro. She's going to put Storm in the blue. So I'm going to go with Sky Blue over Tony Storm and unseat the champ tonight. That's what's going to happen, Frankie. The big upset's going. Sky Blue in honor of the Canes' own Octavia Blue, in honor of Vita Blue, who we just recently lost. One of the best names ever in baseball. Rest in peace, Vita. I'm going with Sky Blue. What do you got?
No, I was going to say on the show last night, I tried to be you because we were trying to figure out which match to give you. And I said, well, let's see, the storm is coming, but the sky is blue. So I was trying to be you and do your thing. I didn't know anything about the UM references and all that. It was funny as you were doing it because I was sitting there listening. And yeah, 100%. If they want to shock the world, Sky Blue wins, but I think they keep it on Tony Storm to keep the angles running with the other way.
So the third guy yesterday was the promoter of the event. What is it, in Pompano?
Yeah, that's Nelio. Yeah, he's the one running the show in Pompano. Yeah.
Okay.
And the one we support St. Lucie.
He's got a good personality.
Yeah. Most guys do. And he's a wrestler too as well. We just didn't put that out there.
All right. So there you go. Yeah. Okay. So I heard some of it going back and forth because I had you guys on, and then I would raise the volume every once in a while, check you guys out and all that. And so I saw the third guy, and I went and I then found out, who you were talking to. So it's cool. I like the billboard too that you were using. Very nice. So we'll go with Sky Blue, baby. Okay. And Octavia will be watching. I know, she told me. Inter Miami can go 2 months without winning a game and they would get 20 million followers just because of the Messi effect. Yeah, of course. Yep. That's right. That's where Mara destroyed the mutual agreement. Exactly. About not going for each other's players. Yep. Big O schooling cats. We try. So an NBA player having a baby with a porn star, I don't know how you could be with a woman who has been through the ringer. What can I tell you, my brother? Emilio says, that's why I'm a loyal listener, King Short. Wealth of knowledge from O. It's a professor of Miami and USA sports. Well, that's very nice, my brother. I appreciate that. I'm just old and I've been around for a while and been covering it for a while. That's all. Oh, I now feel Alan's pain. I worked in Oakland, blocks away from the Coliseum. The Eck, Dave Stewart, Ballyball, and Canseco with the IQ of a fence post. The Bay Area stepchild is gone. Yep, Dougie Fresh. And you know what? Now that you said that, when sports and business collide, we get the KSDT, CPA, Sports Business Report. So Tuesday night, the A's fans tried a reverse boycott. This is really cute. They wanted to show ownership in Major League Baseball that they still have passion about their team. So on Tuesday afternoon, a big hurdle was cleared in ownership's quest to relocate the team to Vegas. The Nevada State Senate passed a $380 million bill in public funding to help pay for a new stadium on the Vegas Strip, eventually to house the A's. The bill now heads to a special 42-person assembly that will vote on it, and if passed through there, it will go to the desk of Nevada Governor Joe Lombardo, who will have a chance to sign it into law, assuming all of that happens. The A's can formally apply for relocation to the MLB. Now, there's still some steps that need to be taken, but the fact that Nevada State approved the funding is huge and certainly puts the wheels in motion for the A's to find a new home. Oakland has already lost one professional sports team in the Raiders to Vegas, and in recent years, now dangerously close to losing a second. With the Raiders already gone, the Warriors building a new arena in San Francisco, and the A's now on the verge of moving, the city of Oakland would have lost all of its pro sports teams over the past few years. Now, here's my problem with all of this, and it's really cute that, the crowd in Oakland, they don't deserve this. The fans don't deserve this. It's not their fault either. They tried. They showed up. But Oakland is not a major sports town anymore. This isn't the 60s, man. This isn't the 70s. money has come into play. You need to have a strong corporate base in whatever city you're in, because those are the people that are buying your suites. Okay? You need rich people to buy your suites. There aren't enough rich people in Oakland. There aren't enough corporations in Oakland. And that's been proven over the years. That's why these teams are leaving. That's why the Warriors had to cross the bay. This is why the Raiders are gone to Vegas. And this is why the A's will leave. Because in the end, you will never be able to maximize revenue like you can in other bigger cities. And Oakland in the 60s or the 70s was big enough for pro sports teams because money wasn't the same. Now, money is number one. Look at the PGA Tour. They have zero scruples. After telling everybody that they would never part, do anything with the Saudis, and that, you'll never have to, apologize for being a part of the PGA like you will with the Saudis and live. Well, guess what they did? They sold out to the money. Okay. So everybody in the end is going to do what's best for you because of the money. The money provides a better living, a better standard of competition. You can buy more, you can be more competitive. And in Oakland, you can never be competitive because you will never be able to generate the revenue that you can generate in Vegas. And in Vegas, they've got all of those hotels and so many of those companies. All of them will end up buying a suite because they're going to take care of their big spenders, their clients, their CEOs, their major, employees. All that kind of stuff will be using their suites, and it's a write-off for them. So everybody wins. They don't have that in Oakland. There just isn't a corporate base there. I feel terrible for the people in Oakland, but let's just say what reality is. Oakland is a small town. Oakland is not a major town, and it does not deserve a pro team because it cannot support a pro team. It doesn't have the financial infrastructure to team up. So unless you get a filthy rich owner that doesn't need a penny from the city and is able to build everything on their own and generate the revenue, and all you do as a city, give them the land, and that's the only way you can deal with it, then maybe you can get away with that. But if you can't find those kind of owners, and most of the owners want a public-private partnership, well, that's where the private part, dude, they've been trying to negotiate for this stadium for 20 years. That's small time, man. That's minor league. And that's what Oakland is. Oakland is a team that owns a minor league soccer team, a minor league baseball team. That's what a G League team. That's what Oakland is. They are minor league. Unfortunately, it's not the fans' fault. The fans are loyal, the ones that show up. But overall, they don't have enough fans and that's not going to fly in pro sports anymore. Same thing happened with the Miami Hurricanes. They were operating under a cheap way of operating for decades. It didn't affect you in the 80s, in the 90s. You could still find a coach under the radar. You can still win, even up to the 2000s, right in the early 2000s. That was kind of the end. And then after, money took over. And if you don't have the kind of program that has killer facilities and produces, a lot of cash, you have no shot at competing. If you can't pay for coaches and pay for facilities and all that, and Miami was way behind on all of that. And that's why they stopped winning. And that's why they stopped being able to compete. And now they started spending again, like you're supposed to spend. Now they will give themselves a chance to compete. You need money, man. Oakland can't produce it. They're not a pro team. By the way, if you haven't done your taxes or you're looking for a great company to help you personal or business taxes, please reach out to our friends at KSDT CPAs, 305-670-3370. Give them a ring. Tell them that I sent you. They've got offices in Dade, Broward, and Palm Beach counties. They're opening one up in North Carolina soon. So it doesn't matter where you're at. You can do all of this by phone. You can be in Georgia or anywhere else. They'll take care of you in New York or California. Call them, man. And use that QR code right there. Tell them that Big O sent you. They can take care of you. If you forgot to file your taxes or you're falling behind in April, you need an extension, call KSDT CPAs. They'll handle it for you. They'll get that extension for you. They'll get the ball rolling, and they can help you straighten out any of your taxes going on, whether it's home, whether it's personal or business taxes. Call my friends at KSDT CPA, 305-670-3370. Hour number 3 is next, and Omar Kelly will join us.
This has been the KSDT Sports Business Report. KSDT CPA is one of South Florida's largest and one of the country's fastest growing accounting firms. KSDT is recognized by Forbes as one of the top tax and accounting firms for 2022. KSDT CPA is a full service firm that also excels in crypto. Visit online at ksdtcpa.com or call 305-670-3370.
For over 16 years, EJDconstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDconstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDconstruction.com.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
When you move, you need a reliable company led by passionate folks, eager to assist its customers during a transitional process that needs to be smooth. Call Essential Moving Experts at 844-368-5750 for all your local and long-distance moving needs. You can rely on Essential Moving Experts. Mention the Big O Show and get $150 off. Family owned and operated, they offer free 30-day storage, full service moving, fully licensed, bonded, and insured. Moving was never so easy. EssentialMovingExperts.com. The viewpoint, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc., ownership, management, sponsors, or website. Time to talk Aqua and Orange, Miami Dolphins fans. It's the Essential Moving Experts Miami Dolphins Exchange with Omar Kelly. When you're looking to move your home or business anywhere in the U.S. from coast to coast, call Essential Moving Experts at 305-602-8369. Flat rates and no surprise charges. EssentialMovingExperts.com. 305-602-8369. Let's talk Dolphins football. Here's Omar Kelly.
All right. There he is. How you feeling, baby? You feeling good?
I'm good, man. Can't complain.
So
if I
saw
nobody would care.
That's true. I saw on SI you wrote about Dalvin Cook, and so now you heard his comments. How out of touch with reality is he? Because
I don't think he's out of touch with reality. Let's say that this process began in March or April when teams generally cut guys instead of trying to shake them.
Hey, Omar, the process started now, bro. Let's not play hyper.
No. But let's say if Dalvin first, let's put the barometer where he is. Top 10 back.
Doesn't matter to me.
Answer
Derrick
the question.
Henry, nobody. No, you're
Answer the question. Top 10 back. Yes or no?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Definitely.
What does a top 10 back get salary-wise? Just range.
Doesn't matter.
Okay. Then you give me doesn't matter. Chase Edmonds
because nobody's trading for Derrick Henry, and he's better.
Yes.
And Saquon Barkley won't get his money. And Aaron Jones wanted $17 million and was
valid points.
Go to 11. And Austin Eckler couldn't find a trade if his mother's life depended on it.
All valid points.
Don't give a shit about running backs.
Okay.
He's completely out of tune if he thinks somebody's going to give him big money and give him all the carries. First of all, very few bell cows left. Almost no team does the bell cow thing. So he can let go of all that shit.
All valid points.
Out of touch.
He had 16. He averaged 16 touches last year for Minnesota per game.
That's better.
Okay. That's not bell cow. But you gave Chase Edmonds last year, a backup running back for the Arizona Cardinals, $6 million a year, 2 years, $12 million. Correct? Yes, no? Correct?
Yeah, but 12 wasn't guaranteed. He didn't make.
Okay,
12.
all right, but you gave him 6 a year. Okay, you gave him a 2 years.
I think he ended up making 6 when it was all said and
No,
done.
absolutely, you're correct because he got waived the next year. But understand where my thought process is. You gave him 2 for 12. That second year gives you kind of the injury guarantee, which is probably something that's important to Dalvin Cook. I'm not saying give him a $10 million a year deal. I'm not saying sign him to a 5-year contract. What I'm saying is you have the opportunity right now. The whole NFL, the goal is add elite players. Is it or is it not?
Yes. But running back is different.
I didn't ask you that question. Is the goal adding an elite player? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Is Dalvin Cook still an elite player?
I don't know if in the NFL running backs are considered elite anymore.
I didn't ask you that question. Is he a top 10 back or not? Yes or no?
He's a top 10 back. Yes.
Okay. So is he an elite player? Would he become a top 10 player on this roster, this Dolphin roster?
Yeah. Yes.
Right now. Okay.
Yes.
So that's an elite
on the back end of 10, but yeah, he would.
That's in the elite category, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
So if I tell you, Big O, you can do this deal. You could do this deal for 2 years, $12 million. You could structure it however you want. Just give him $2 million guaranteed in year 2. Obviously, if he has a dynamic season, he's going to come back to the table and want to redo the deal. But in his first year, he's walking away with $6 million. That's it. I just say he's walking away with $6 million.
Yeah, you probably could give him 4.5, 4, and then put the incentives easy to get to 6.
Yeah, okay.
But he's not talking like that.
I understand what he's not talking like. I'm saying.
Then you agree with me.
No. What he said, and trust me, I went through what he said with a fine-tooth comb. What he said is, I'm looking for a new home. I'm not looking for, so he's not looking for a rental. He's not looking to be a lease, somebody's lease or Airbnb that they just rag out and then move on from. Okay, that doesn't turn me off. That doesn't turn me off.
No one's going to make him a bell cow. No one's.
I didn't say that anybody would.
At this point, everybody's made their plans for the season. You know what I mean? And let me tell you something. I was shocked. I was shocked. Out of all the teams, I was shocked Denver said no. Shocked.
I'm sure Denver said no at the money.
Williams is coming back from a knee injury, and after that, they don't have anybody else.
Bryce Hall's come back from a knee injury.
He's better than the youngster right now. Plus, he's not coming off a knee injury. I know he's coming off the shoulder repair, but still, if I'm Denver, they desperately need him in order to work with Russell Wilson.
I don't know if anybody is desperate. I don't know if anybody is desperate, but
they are.
Denver could go sign Ezekiel Elliott and make do.
That's done. That's done.
They could go sign Leonard Fournette and make do. I'm not talking about make do.
I would sign Cook if I'm Denver. I would sign Cook.
He probably don't want to go to Denver. Does Denver give you an opportunity to compete immediately?
If they say they want to make him his home, he'll go there, dude.
Okay, yeah, you're right. My point is, he mentioned he wants to be somebody's bell cow. I don't know if you're gonna have to earn bell cow status, but I hate when you do that, because you'll say the system doesn't allow for bell cows. That's not what Miami does. Does the 49ers run the same system? Yes or no?
The 49ers.
The 49ers run the same system. Yes or no?
Yes. And listen.
Did they make Christian McCaffrey their bell cow?
Are they paying a quarterback?
Answer the question.
Are they paying a quarterback?
Christian McCaffrey the bell cow?
Are they paying a quarterback?
Did they make Christian McCaffrey the bell cow? Don't spin it into something else. Answer the question. If I'm putting you on the stand, Big O, and you do this,
you have to answer the question with context, with all the facts. The reason why San Francisco made the move, they would have never made the move if they were paying for a quarterback. But since they're not paying for a quarterback, they can pay and have the luxury of the running back. Notice that his contract will be up whenever they have to pay quarterbacks. If Purdy
that has
or
nothing
the
to
other
do
guys
with the
available,
question.
Christian
That has
McCaffrey
nothing to do. Your premise is they don't use a bell cow. They don't need a bell cow. They run the same system as the 49ers. 49ers turn Christian McCaffrey to a bell cow. If you have that kind of talent, you turn it into a bell cow.
Omar, use intelligence. Yes. They have a 7th-round quarterback. They want to make his life easy, so they went and got him a back.
Do it?
All the dynamic
yes
that they have. So all he has to do is facilitate, because he's got stars everywhere.
What they did was do it and get to the NFC Championship, yes or no?
Yeah, but they're loaded.
They did it. They did it. Thank you, Big O. They did it.
They're loaded.
If the team that he's coming from that runs the same system did it, don't say that they couldn't do it in Miami. They could. I'm sorry. Raheem Mostert's a nice player. Jeff Wilson's a nice player. Neither are Dalvin Cook. Neither.
I know that. I know.
Okay.
So that has nothing. That has nothing. Why are you going to pay frontline money for a guy?
I'm not paying frontline money. I'm paying $6 million a year
for a part-time player.
For a 15, 16 touch player. You're paying Cedric Wilson $7 million, brother, and he don't even play. Don't come to me with that bull.
They don't. Yeah, but that's different. Again,
bro.
You're using an argument with no facts and no context, and that's terrible media on your part.
I just brought you facts and context. You're
no,
crying about the money when you're paying the 5th receiver $7 million a year. Are you paying the 5th receiver $7 million a year?
Cedric
yes
Wilson
or no?
Yes
or no? Are you
Hill
paying the 5th receiver $7 million a year?
Context
yes or no?
Context, Omar. That's deceiving to people out there. You're not educating.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Cedric Wilson is on the roster because of Tyreek Hill. They had to trade for him.
Bro, he was whack before Tyreek got here. He was overpaid before Tyreek got here. He is not good. He's not good.
Bro, they acquired them at the same offseason within weeks.
Yes, and I'm telling you, it was a bad signing from jump. Bro, he's not good.
Like you just made up a story right now with Cedric with no fundamentals inside of it, and you lie to people.
Crap jump frogged him on the roster. Trent Sherfield jump frogged him on the roster.
You're lying to people by not giving them context and the information.
So you're telling me he's paid $7 million and practice squad guys are playing ahead of him, and you don't see a problem?
Bro, that's an after-the-fact decision that they had to make. Tyreek became available. What do you want him to do?
He was not good. He was not good before they made that decision and allotted $7 million a year.
You never got a chance to see the guy.
I watched him in practice. He's not good.
That practice doesn't.
I watched him this camp. I watched him this camp without Tyreek. He's not good. He's still not good. Chosen came here, doesn't know the offense, and made twice as many plays. He's not good.
In practice, you had Albert Wilson in the Pro Bowl,
bro.
It
doesn't matter. Are you making plays or not?
I want you guys how you track the all the shit in practice. That shit's overrated, bro.
Okay, so you telling me if I give Cedric Wilson an opportunity, he's gonna ball out?
He was playing well in Dallas when they gave him chances.
Bro, he was mediocre in Dallas.
Lost out in his opportunity.
You know, my Cowboy peers, when they signed Cedric Wilson to that contract, they hit me up, all of them, and were like, "What are y'all doing?"
Make it sound like they paid him for free to be on the backup. They paid him to be a starter, and then all of a sudden Tyreek Hill came available. What do you want him to do?
Okay, let me ask you this question. Give me this opportunity. So you think it makes sense to pay a fourth receiver who elevated himself and did well in Dallas $7 million a year for 3 years, but then you're crying about the opportunity to sign a Pro Bowl running back still in his prime, 27, for $6 million a year? And your excuse for it is it doesn't make sense because they don't run that type of offense. It doesn't make sense because he's not going to get that money out in the market. It doesn't make sense because we already have running backs. It doesn't make sense. Bro,
you can't.
It's a laundry list. It doesn't make sense. Do you want to add an elite player to your team or not? Bottom line.
Yeah,
I don't care.
But the Cedric Wilson thing cannot be used as an example, my brother. It cannot be used.
It's allocation of resources.
That was exactly. But the problem was something became available that was way better. And they're looking at it.
He still has an opportunity to play, and he's whack, and he
we're going
doesn't.
to go with Waddle and Cedric. We didn't know Tyreek was going to become available. Tyreek becomes available. What are you going to do? And now the guy doesn't get any playing time because there's too many people.
No, because 2 other receivers beat him out for playing time because he's not good.
He's more of an outside guy than he is an inside guy.
It doesn't matter. You act like Tyreek doesn't go inside. You act like Tyreek doesn't go inside. And technically, so for the record, he came here before Tyreek was signed to be a slot, in his words. And he wasn't. He came here to be a slot receiver, which, hey, that's what you want to be. So good.
Well, they were going to use him on the. I can tell you what I know. What they were going to do. They were going to use him on the outside, opposite of Waddle. That's what they were going to do. Bro, that was the plan for him. I can tell you what the coaches had planned for him to play on the outside.
Listen, so I would just like him to actually contribute and actually be better than 4 other receivers on the roster.
After the fact, hindsight 2020, they didn't sign him after Tyreek. No, that would be ridiculous. They signed them before Tyreek, and then Tyreek.
It was still a bad signing bit then.
Everything.
It was still a bad signing then, just like Chase Edmonds was a bad signing.
It ends up becoming a bad signing now because you don't need him. But it's not a bad signing at that moment.
You need a third receiver. He's just not it. You need a third receiver. He's just not it. You went out and went and got 2 other guys better than him. And then the rookie Eric Uzukama, talent-wise, is better than him. Like, bro, you paying $7 million for somebody that you could easily get somebody better than?
Eric Uzukama couldn't even figure out to get on the field, bro. What are you talking about?
Absolutely. Neither can Cedric Wilson.
Braylon Sanders came off of undrafted and jumped Eric Uzukama to get a couple of snaps. So
he also jumped Cedric Wilson, who was making $7 million. Don't forget that.
Cedric Wilson had a hell of a punt return against Buffalo.
Okay.
That's all I got to say.
Worth $7 million?
But using him for the Cook thing is a terrible example.
It's about allocation of resources. You're like crying about $6 million for Dalvin Cook. Bro,
I'm not crying. I'm not crying. I'm just telling you what reality is, and you don't want to face it either. You're just
because I think it's stupid.
Have you not looked at all 31 teams? Said, yeah, Dalvin. So what? Nobody's in a hurry to sign him.
Okay,
that's
cool. That doesn't necessarily
31 teams looked at Dalvin Cook and said, "So what?" It's what I keep telling you, but you don't want to believe it. Running backs,
that's not.
They're not
what I have learned over the course of time is when players get to a certain level, their desperation meter is not very high. And so Dalvin Cook is not out here acting thirsty. He ain't out here acting like he came to South Beach on a girls trip and with $50 in his pocket. That's not how he's acting. He's acting like, hey, when somebody shows me that they're ready to treat me like I'm the talent that I am, that's when I'll make a move. And my argument is, hey, Miami, I understand that you think you're good. Okay, cool. Dalvin Cook can make you a top 5 team in this league. A top 5 team, Super Bowl contending team. No, don't shake your head. It is. It's fact.
If you fix the offensive line, you have all the backs to win the Super Bowl. I don't, to me, it doesn't matter.
I don't even think you need to fix the offensive line with Dalvin Cook.
I think your running back room is fine. I think it's more.
It's fine. You're right. It's fine. It's fine. It's like going to Applebee's. We can have a fine meal at Applebee's. Would I rather go to Roots Chris or Joe Stonecraft? Yes.
Yeah, but I don't need it. I don't need it to win it. The team that won,
you can eat at Applebee's.
The team that won it this year had a 7th round pick running, bro.
Yeah, you can eat at Applebee's. I can get a respectable meal at Applebee's. I'm asking you if you want to eat at Roots Chris. Well, I'm asking you if you want to eat at Joe Stonecraft.
If this was a guard or a right tackle, I'm all in with you. Go spend the money. Go get him.
You want to eat at Applebee's? Good, Big O. We can get a nice, healthy meal. We can add some calories. Do you want to eat at Joe Stonecraft or do you want to eat at Ruth's Chris? That's what I'm asking you.
I think I'm eating at Joe Stonecraft with or without Cook. That's really what I feel. I actually feel the team will be fine without Cook.
Fine.
I don't think.
No, you
I
did
don't
it again.
think,
Fine.
I don't think fine is winning the division and going into the playoffs, bro. That's how I have the Dolphins right now. Winning the division.
Okay, that's cool. Do you want to be a Super Bowl? Do you want to be the favorite to win the AFC East? And do you want to be a contender to win the Super Bowl?
I don't need somebody else's opinion on that. I need my own opinion. And my own opinion is the Dolphins are already going to win the division. I think they're the best team in the division. I think they passed up Buffalo this offseason. By adding Jalen Ramsey and adding that defensive coordinator, that's exactly the cure you needed for that Buffalo offense. Because that's going to force Josh Allen to be perfect all the way downfield all the time. And guess what's going to happen then? You're going to force him into all kinds of mistakes with Holland and those two corners. So I like Miami's chances without Cook. That's the problem that I think you and I are having here is you think that Cook has like this incredible value that all these teams are lined up for, and he's been a free agent for days now, and the entire league is saying, not impressed. We don't really need you that much. So, you know, you can ask for all the money you want. When you're a stud that they want you, they'll sign you right off the second you're a free agent. And that tells you what I just gave you a list of running backs. Some of them are even better than Cook. Okay. 2 of them are better than Cook. The guy in the Giants and the guy in Tennessee are better than Cook.
Yeah, and they're
by the way, wait, hold on. I'm sorry. Aaron Jones in Green Bay has played better than Cook the last 4 years. Way better than Cook. Has way more touchdowns and yards. No, you can look it up all you want. But Aaron Jones has outplayed him, and he had to lower his salary from 17 to 11. And the only reason they gave him 11 is because he's their own guy. He's their own guy.
I disagree. Oh, statistically, it's on par.
No. He kills him in touchdowns. Kills him. Wipes him out in touchdowns.
I mean, he scored 2 rushing touchdowns last year.
No, receiving 2.
Okay, he scored a total of 7 touchdowns. Dalvin Cook scored 10. What you talking about?
How many yards?
What you talking about?
How many yards?
He's about at 1,500, and so is Dalvin Cook. What you talking about?
Touchdowns the year before. What do you have?
It's 800 rushing yards, 4 touchdowns, 391 receiving yards, 52 receptions. Not that special. It was
Before that,
and 1,100 rushing yards, 9 rushing touchdowns. Basically 1,100 rushing yards, 16 touchdowns. Phenomenal season. But he's still less touchdowns. Hold on, let me count. Let me make
sure about that.
No, he's at 60. Dalvin's at 58. Okay.
He's better.
And they've been in the league for, I believe, the same length.
He's better.
Okay.
Saquon, him, and Henry are better than Cook.
That's not what I'm arguing. That's not what we're
What I'm telling you is nobody wants him. Nobody trades for him.
No.
Nobody.
If Aaron Jones got
available for his final year of his contract, you want to really change your offense? Derrick Henry, bro. Is there a bigger mismatch in the history of the NFL than Derrick Henry at running back? Not a Jim Brown. No. So why isn't anybody trading for Derrick Henry, dude?
Because it requires compensation. It requires salary. Right now, you don't have to give up any of those 2 things for Dalvin Cook. The problem is probably only 6 teams have cap space, and they're all bottom dwellers. Now, will cap space stop anybody from doing anything they really want to do? No. But everybody's kind of at a point where they have a full roster. They don't have a need. But that can change very quickly a month into the season when a back goes down.
Yeah.
And then Dalvin gets what he wants.
if Dalvin was a corner, a left tackle, a wide
No.
receiver, a quarterback.
I don't think anybody is going to be backing up a Brinks truck to a player and signing them at this point in the season. No matter who it is.
At his peak where he's at, not where the other guy is. What's his name? He's 31. The one that's the one that just got released from Arizona. He's a receiver. What's his name?
Deshaun Hopkins.
D-Hop. He's 31. So that's why people are scared. They think he's kind of lost a little bit of speed. So they think he's just kind of a jump ball guy. So that's the reason why. But if he was Dalvin's, point, then people would be lining up to sign D-Hop. And the running back position is just, I don't know why. It's just not valued that way, because Derrick Henry would be the guy that I would trade for if I was a running back away from winning a title.
I'm fine with either, or I wouldn't even trade for him. I would wait it out a year, because Tennessee.
Well, no, if you're ready right now, you can't in the NFL.
You're ready right now. You can get Dalvin Cook for free, and he's a better pass catcher.
Yeah.
So why not do it, bro? You cut Savon and Gaskin, you get $2.4 million in cap space back. So you signed Dalvin Cook for $6 million. All this cost you is $4 million in cap space. You only got $12 million saved over. You got 8 left to do whatever you need to do. I'm not signing anybody to an extension.
First of all, I don't think the Dolphins will go to 6, and I don't think Dalvin will take 6. I think he sounds delusional.
I put 6 on the table. 6 to I'll be generous and give you 3 for 6, but really I want to give you 3 with a fake third year for 6, just so I can spread out the cap numbers. I give you a guarantee next year for injury, just to protect you. Listen, you're going to have a 2-year window to win a Super Bowl. Let's do it. That's the fair offer I put on the table. I'm not backing up the Brinks truck to him. That's the offer that I put on the table that creates the bar for everybody else. And if Dalvin goes and signs somewhere else, so what? But he doesn't have to accept it right away. You got time to ponder it. What I'm going to love is he's going to have the opportunity to train with Nick Hicks and Tua and all the other backs that Miami has and all the other receivers Miami has. That's what he's going to be doing for the next 5 weeks. And we'll see if
Miami gets. I think Miami
motivates him to make something happen.
I think Miami gets him for cheap, because he's going to find out that nobody's going to offer him any money, and the bad teams that are available that have some money, they'll be offering him the 6, and then he'll take 4.5 here with some incentives. And again, like I said earlier on another one of my shows, if I'm him, I take team incentives, not individual incentives. He will not meet any individual incentives. Go for team, playoffs, AFC, Super Bowl, all those kind of things, because you ain't going to be the leading rusher, and you're not going to get to 10 touchdowns and all that shit. You're going to share with everybody else. That's what's going to end up happening. You're going to be one of 4 backs.
Yeah, but I don't like the way that people say that he needs to be a feature back. I did his touches last season, and he's like at 17. Like, it's not like it's 17.
Context, my brother. You leave context out of everything.
What are you talking about?
The guy's name is Alexander Madison. They drafted him to replace him. So last year they had to give him the playing time to see if he has it, so they can release Cook now. But if you go to years before Madison, you'll see they probably gave Cook a lot more than 16 carries.
Okay,
he was
cool.
In the 20 range.
Cool.
Brother, you got to.
Hold on. Wait a minute. You said that if I give you 17 touches and you give me 1,500 total yards, I like that. That was what he did.
I get it. But
you can't do that here in Miami?
That was not the conversation. You just said he wasn't a bell cow because they only gave him 16. But they only gave him 16 because they have the other guy that was going to replace him.
Oh.
That's why. And so now, instead of 1 guy, you come here, there are 3 guys. They're not going to stop playing Jeff Wilson on short yardage situations.
They're not going to stop who? Hold on. Say that again. Who?
Stop playing Raheem Mostert. And they're going to play A-Chain. A-Chain's going to get 5 to 10 carries a game, and he's going to catch the ball a few more times also. And I can bet you anything you want on that. So if all of that is going on, this is not 1 Alexander Madison. These are 3 guys that he has to share the ball with. he will not have the amount of touches that he normally does. So if you're the Dolphins, mathematically, it doesn't make sense to pay a guy $7, $8, $9, $10 million, or even six, when he's not going to be your lead back. He's going to be one of 2.5 backs, let's say, because Jeff Wilson and A-Chain are going to be like halfbacks. They're going to be doing other things, but Mostert's going to get a lot of carries, whether you like it or not. And it's going to take away from all those guys.
I don't have an issue with that.
It would be cool because it keeps everybody fresh as hell.
Let me ask you a question. Has Mostert or Jeff Wilson accomplished 1/3 of what Dalvin Cook has accomplished in the same time span?
It doesn't matter, man.
I'm just asking you a question.
No, of course not.
Okay, so why am I playing the inferior player?
Okay, so are you sure that he's going to pick the system up exactly like those guys?
No. I didn't say that. I'm not saying that.
I'm just hold on a second.
Those are variables that I don't know. I don't have the answers to.
Accomplishments, right? You're talking about accomplishments.
You
right?
also want to talk about variables. Who says A-Chain is going to pick up the system? Who says A-Chain is going to be able to pass protect? Because I've heard plenty of coded words about he's playing like a rookie. That's a quote from Mike McDaniel. You were there.
I'll wait till actual pads are on, and then I'll see.
I will too.
But overall, you said about accomplishments, right? Has Cook accomplished anything in this offense?
Who, Cook?
Yeah, in this offense.
In this offense.
Right.
No.
Okay, so when you bring somebody away from this offense, like you did with Chase, there might be issues. He might not hit the right holes. He might struggle a little bit. So if you're Mike McDaniel and you're the coach, and you have your two backs that came through for you and averaged over 4.5 yards a carry.
Did they really come through? Because I saw a lot of 3rd and 2s.
They average over 4.5 yards a carry. Is it their fault that they stopped running the ball against Buffalo?
You didn't trust the running game. Did they really come through?
When you're averaging 7 and 9 carries, Omar, at that moment.
You're being selective when you're running because that's why your average is high. But when you need to run, you can't.
Well, I mean, but that's kind of part of it, right? If you commit more to it, you might get more out of it, actually.
Okay, let me ask you this question. Since we're going back and forth, let me ask you this question.
But didn't both guys average 4.5 yards a carry?
Absolutely, they did. Who's to say Dalvin Cook wouldn't average 5.5?
The issue is the left guard and the right tackle.
I make them better with Dalvin Cook. I make them better. Listen, let me ask you a question. Robbie Chosen is out at flanker. I got Tyreek in the slot. I got Waddle on the other side at my split end position. I don't give a damn who plays tight end. All three of them run go routes. The tight end's there as a checkoff. What back do you want catching a wheel route? Dalvin Cook, one-on-one coverage?
Mostert?
Huh?
I'm fine with either one.
I didn't ask you if you want to eat at Applebee's. I did not ask you if you want to eat at Applebee's. I asked you.
No. Listen, I'm sorry. I'm not disrespecting Raheem Mostert. He played fantastic last year, bro. He did something that I didn't expect him to do. I actually saw the guy run hard. I thought he was more finesse runner.
And I agree with you.
Broke tackles. He took on guys. And I said, wow, there's a physical aspect to his game that I didn't really notice.
I don't disagree with you on that.
I have zero issues with Raheem Mostert, my brother. It's just a matter of the billboard. You're used to the star.
I have zero issues with eating at Applebee's. I could get a nice, respectable meal on my budget at Applebee's. But you know what? I would still rather go eat at Joe Stonecrab's. I still rather go eat at Garcia's. I still rather go eat at Ruth's Chris.
Yeah, I can win without Cook.
You can.
If there's a guard or a tackle, I'd rather save my money for something like that.
I'm not signing I'm not spending $6 million.
That's what I would bend over backwards for. If I'm the Dolphins, and
you know how much they signed Eric Fisher to last year, which blew my mind.
Like $2 million, right?
No, 4, which was for half a season.
Yeah,
which was like, why?
Linemen are it's what the market bears, bro. What are you going to do? Those are things that we can't do anything about. The year they paid Tannehill 17, we were all freaking out, but it's the stupid damn market. That's what he commands. What are you going to do? And it's just one of those deals. At first, everybody was freaking out with Mahomes' contract at $45 million. Now it sounds like a bargain. It's kind of the way it is, bro. We all freaked out with Goran Dragic's contract when he first signed it. 15, 16 million. What are they doing? And then as a couple of years went on, it's like, oh, they were thinking ahead of time. Yeah, that contract's pretty reasonable. That's just the way this is, man. Unfortunately, bro, role players in the NBA make $10 to $12 million.
Yeah.
Role players. Guys that are playing 15, 20 minutes off the bench, they're making 10, 12, 13, 14 million dollars in a season.
Dalvin Cook ain't no role player, baby.
No, I know that.
Dalvin Cook makes you an electric offense, makes your offensive line better, gives you a guy who could score 10 touchdowns along with Tyreek and Jalen Waddle, gives you an offensive weapon that teams have to focus on in the backfield in the run game. They can't just do whatever. Bro, it can't be stopped with Dalvin Cook. Now it'll be good without him. It'll be good without him. It can't be stopped with Dalvin Cook. I say you got a very small window to win this thing. You got 2 years probably.
Oh, that's usually how it is, unless you're the Patriots.
You got 2 years. 2 years. Do what it takes to add elite players. You've already shown you have that philosophy and that mentality in how you've operated the last 2 years. Do what it takes. He's an elite player for free. Add him.
Yeah, no, well, it's not for free. It's not for free. It's a luxury for them at this point to add a fourth running back.
It is a luxury. It is a luxury. You don't have to go fine dining. You want to.
It's almost you're almost better off. Either you get them at your price and you need to pay everybody else off because you got to get these contracts.
Need to pay everybody else off.
You don't think so?
Nah, I'm looking at the finances.
So you're going to let Sealer and Wilkins play on their final years of their deal? That's not going to happen.
I don't know what I'm doing, but somebody brought it to my attention the other day that they're like 30.
That's not good business. You do not let Christian Wilkins play on the final year.
They've done that before. They've done that.
Not these guys. Not these guys.
All right.
Not these guys. I'm not. Again, you live in the past.
I've turned the page.
That wasn't Chris Greer. That wasn't Chris Greer.
The salary cap guy has whatever his name is.
Okay, but that was Tannenbaum and Gase and
no, that was Chris Greer.
Parcells in Ireland.
No, that was Chris Greer.
People would let their players leave.
That was Chris. You telling me they didn't let Emmanuel Ogba play on his final year? Bro, Emmanuel
Ogba was a guy they just signed.
They do it all the time.
That wasn't your own guy. You don't draft your guy and let him play on the final year when he's been this good.
Then Zach Sealer is your own guy.
If I remember correctly, you signed Ogba to either a one or 2 year
deal. Don't talk about taking care of your own guys. Don't talk about taking care of your own guys because their own guy on the defensive line that they've signed to a multi-year contract was Paul Soliai. And that was back in the early 2000s.
They took care of X. What are you talking about?
No, I'm talking about defensive linemen.
Yeah, well, they haven't had guys to take care of.
Olivier Vernon wasn't the guy to take care of?
Now,
Olivier Vernon wasn't the guy to take care of?
Wilkins and Sealer are his guys now. Those are his guys. I don't live in the past like you, my brother. I compartmentalize.
Brandon Shore, that's the other. He's been here too. Brandon Shore and Chris Greer have been here. They do it. This is their lane, and they've still done it.
Now they're in charge. Now you can blame.
They were in charge then too. They were in charge then too.
No, they weren't.
Bro, Chris Greer's been in charge since 2000. Again,
no context there. You don't really.
What?
The guy above them was in charge. The guy above them, both guys, the head coach and the GM.
2019.
They would cock block personnel all the time, my friend. All the time.
All right, you're right. Fine.
You know that. You know that.
You're right. Okay. He's been in charge of the draft since 2016.
Don't say they're in charge when the boss comes over constantly and says, "Yeah, no, let's do this instead." You know, you can't do that, bro. It's not Chris Greer going in the middle of the night to go get Tony Sperano. It's just not. It's just not. It's getting cock-blocked by your owner, by your GM, by your head coach, because at that time, they just hired the black guy, and it looked great, but they didn't give the black guy all the power.
They gave him the draft. Don't be disrespectful. They gave him the draft.
He was still a puppeteer. You know what I mean?
They gave him the draft.
Instead of doing the disrespectful shit that they do with minorities, that they hire them for PR purposes, but behind the scenes, they don't really give them the juice that the position comes with. Finally, they gave the minority the juice that comes with it.
Well, we got to turn this to a minority issue. He had been in charge of the draft since 2016. That was with Tannenbaum. He made the selections. He made the decisions. He made the final say. That is true. That is fact. Got that straight from Tannenbaum.
I know for a fact picks that the other guys made. I know for a fact.
Okay. The other guys had influence. Yeah. All right. You're right. They made picks. You're right. You're 1,000% right. They did make picks.
Then stop saying that he was in charge.
He was in charge, though.
It's just a title, Omar.
No. I'm saying listen.
Wait a minute. I'm checking the screen there. You are black, right?
Yeah.
You have lived the life of a minority, right? You know what happens in this world, right?
As long as my paycheck is reflected, go ahead and do what you
They hire you as a token at times in authority positions, but they don't.
I am not going to say he was hired as a token because I can't. I won't. Listen, he was hired because he's a better talent evaluator than the guy who was the executive.
I know that for a fact.
I mean, that's what. But so he had a whole lot of influence.
Marvin Allen is a freaking stud.
Yeah.
Reggie McKenzie, black, did not deserve to get fired in Oakland at all.
And deserved a second chance somewhere else. You're right.
Exactly, but you know what happens with the minorities.
We got to work twice as hard and do twice as much. You're right.
They got 3 freaking studs evaluating.
I'm not denying that they do. They do. Absolutely. No question about it. Now, that's why those 3 studs need to use their eyes and see Dalvin Cook is far superior than any of these backs we have on this roster. Let's do it.
Omar, isn't this the best team you've covered ever on the beat?
You know why I'm not willing to say that? Because
oh God, I can't believe you. I can't believe you're saying that.
Here's why I'm not willing to say that.
The best team since the early 90s.
Here's why
this is the best
top level.
And when I started on the beat, the last time that I covered, Vincent and Richmond Webb and Keith Jackson and Marino, this is the last time since the Marco Coleman teams of the early 90s. This is the best team we've ever had since the early 90s, my brother. So I can tell you on your beat, you've never covered anything like this.
Top level, top shelf level, talent-wise?
No, it's the best team you've ever covered.
No, I can't.
You don't have to put any titles on this.
No, I can't. Top shelf talent-wise, like on paper, you're starting 22. Yes, no question.
Top to bottom, coaching, front office, players, everything. This is the best group of
coaching, front office,
and players.
Coaching.
Players.
I need a bigger body of work from Mike McDaniel before I can sit here and say, you're the best coach we've had since Jimmy Johnson.
I can already tell you this is the best front office you've had since, brother, maybe the 80s. But I have to go with talent, coach, and front office. I'm going to go early 90s. That's the best we've had here. I'm telling you, dude, as a guy that follows this team inside and out, I've never seen this loaded since. You have to go back to Clayton and Duper and Marino.
I'm looking at the only team that I think really compares. I won't tell you the year because it'll start another argument and we'll be here.
Unfortunately, it's those years that you had to deal with the Bills. What are you going to do, bro? The Bills were just awesome. That was one of the greatest teams I've ever seen in my life.
Man.
Period. And they don't have to win a title. I don't care.
Man, listen. Woo. I got you just inspired some work because I can give you a team 22 for 22. They might have them.
Who? What year?
The only drastic edge is at quarterback.
Well, then that's everything.
Yeah, I mean, it's everything. I mean, but what quarterback and
Marino, bro. It's Marino Tua. There's nothing in between. I don't want anything
quarterback,
in between.
GM, coach, absolutely.
Everything.
Talent-wise,
everything.
Talent-wise, except for quarterback, the 2011 team probably got him.
At the end of this season, barring injuries, of course, at the end of this season, you will write a column that will say this is the best Dolphins team in the last 30 years.
Team. You're when you got to define team. Is
everything. Everything.
Is team 22 or is it 53?
It's 100. It's the front office, it's the coaches, and all the players. Yes, top to bottom, this is the best organization they've had since the early 90s. I am convinced of that. I haven't seen anything with this kind of balance since the early 90s. Before the mid-90s, when things kind of went completely awry, unfortunately for Shula, and he was desperate, and he got all those first rounders, and it was kind of
man. I mean, don't act like you're not acting like the same thing now. You're just, I mean, it's kind of desperate moves, trade players for veterans.
I don't think is there anything desperate that they've done or sensible? Vic is sensible. Jalen Ramsey for a third is not desperate. It's highway robbery. You know, so they've done a lot of good things, dude. It's not desperation. They didn't reach.
But Shula did a lot of good things too. It's just in hindsight.
The back end, the cap took over, and he wasn't great at managing that stuff. And he left the cap mess for Jimmy. Actually, Jimmy inherited a real mess.
Understand. When you're going to add blue chip players, you're going to be capped out. And that's where they are. That's where they are right now.
But that year, Omar, they had like 19 first rounders, former first rounders. So they went and signed extra guys from all kinds of rosters. They would do it. Washington would do the same thing back in the day with Snyder.
How many first rounders Miami has?
Huh?
I'm curious how many first. Are you making me want to count that up? How many first rounders?
But we bought a lot of them. That's not good.
That's my point. Yeah. I mean,
not this team drafted them. The one that I'm talking about
back there bought a lot.
Yeah. No, this team drafted most of their first rounders. I'm talking about back then. Shula was in a desperation mode and bought a whole bunch of guys, and it just didn't work out.
When you see your window closing, you do desperate things.
Yeah, well, it was personal window. Remember, he had Jimmy in the TV studios taking shots at him every week. It was just a mess.
And when they want your job, they want your job.
He's kind of turning on him and all that, and it was just wrong on our part.
I remember that. We needed Jimmy. Yeah. We had to have Jimmy.
Yeah,
we did. I was in that camp. We had to have Jimmy,
and we screwed up. And
sometimes your time passes, bro.
Shula's years are still better than most of the guys that passed them up.
Listen. So as a franchise, we still haven't even achieved the Wanstead years.
It was like a 10-win season, bro. We were at a point where we were literally saying 10 wins is not enough and just getting into the playoffs. You got to do more.
Same thing with the Hurricanes. Like, bro, they haven't been back to a Peach Bowl since.
No, but they
ran Larry Coker out of town.
Yeah, no, they're bad. They're really bad. They're really bad. But that was different. You didn't spend money, and college football changed. Now you're spending money. Now Cristobal's better get them back to respectability. Although it won't be this year. They're not going to win a lot of games. All right. So what happens with Connor Williams? What's your prediction? Is this they give him some money and he's in camp? What's the deal?
I think that this organization has made fair and respectable deals or offers to all of their players to get them at their price point. And if they didn't accept those offers and aren't going to accept those offers, I think that they go into the season and make them play on those deals. It doesn't financially benefit them to re-sign, to extend players right now. They're in a hot mess financially next offseason. And yes, Steve Ross is going to write ridiculous checks to get them out of that hot mess. And they're going to purge their roster a little to get themselves back into a healthy spot. But they honestly need to carry that $12 million over the next year just to create some sort of financial relief. Now, I don't think they'll take that approach, but you can't sign. Like, I would say Connor Williams used to be my number one priority, but if you're asking me for $11 million a year and I'm paying you $7 million now, I'm sorry, bro. Maybe we can come to a compromise where I give you 18, which comes to $9 million. I give you $18 million guaranteed. You make $9 million a year, and then we extend 2 more years onto the deal. But if that you don't view that as fair, say la vie, brother. Play on your $7 million, and I'll see you on the flip side if you make it through the whole season healthy. Like,
hey, you can still tag them, and the number really isn't bad either.
I ain't tagging nobody but Christian Wilkins.
But I think the Wilkins deal is going to get done. I really feel like that one. You have to send a message in the locker room that you take care of that guy because that guy is special in every way on the field.
You're 1,000% right. You're 1,000% right. But if I could tag you and have you play for the next 2 years at $60 million a year, why am I going to give you $20 million a year?
I don't think you do that to players like that, bro. I don't think you mistreat those kind of players.
I've seen this team do it many, many times. Not these guys, but I've seen this franchise do that many, 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 many times.
My prediction is these guys won't do that because that was bad business back in those days. A Christian Wilkins, a Jalen Phillips, a Javon Holland, you do not allow them to play on their final years. The great players on your team, you need to send a message that you're taking care of those kind of people. I don't think in our business they should let you work into your final year. If they do that, that's insulting also, and we can't get injured. So I think that if you value your employee, you should extend them prior to their final year.
You're preaching right now.
I will bet anything that I don't know about Sealer yet, and I don't know about Connor, but although I think Connor will get done. But I am guaranteeing you that Wilkins will get done before.
They're all playing hardball and jockeying for the money because they know Tua is going to take the money. And then they'll all be scrambling for less of the pie. So I understand 1,000% where everybody is, but you got to get to the point where you understand what your market is. You're not an $11 million a year player, Connor Williams. You're probably about a $9 million. You're not a $20 million a year player, Christian Wilkins. You're probably about I'll be generous and say 17.
No.
Like, bro, very small list of defensive tackles making $20 million a year. And I don't care what anybody else just got.
Yeah, no, I think Wilkins will get to 20.
When you add up how many players in franchise history, and I know time has passed, has made $15 million or more a year, you'll see that those are all elite, Pro Bowl, all pro players.
That's what he is.
Where does it say that on his resume?
He's elite. I think he's elite.
Does it say that on his resume?
I don't need others for their approval, bro. I'm a huge Christian Wilkins fan. I watch him every day. He disrupts the hell out of everything. He is a hell of a player. I get it. He's not Mr. Sack. I understand that. But he tackles a lot. He gets a lot of tackles for losses. He gets pressures. The guy helps out. The guy's one hell of a player. And his energy is second to none.
You said elite. No, one hell of a player and elite is not the same thing.
Oh, look at his numbers. For
one hell of a player makes $17 million. Elite makes 20.
Because we're so stuck on only the sacks, that's the only reason why they don't consider him elite. But if you look at his tackles and you look at everything else, it makes him elite at that position. He does shit that others can't do because he gets a lot of tackles, more than most.
So does Jerome Baker. Doesn't necessarily mean it's good.
No, but the Jerome Baker's getting tackles 5 yards past the line of scrimmage. That's a whole different ball game. You know, it's what's the Hispanic Spicoli that we had here playing at linebacker that went to New Orleans? What's his name?
Oh, Kiko Alonso. You're going to be disrespectful. I don't know what Spicoli means. What does Spicoli mean?
You never watched Fast Times at Richmond High?
No. Wow. Listen, bro.
I get it. It's a white person's movie, so you don't watch it.
It was probably made in like 82. I was like,
yeah, it was made in 83, maybe 84. You're right.
I probably have watched it. I just didn't get it. Like,
Yeah.
and I'm
Well,
not about to rewatch it now.
Coley is the stoner in the movie. He's like a stoner. And if you listen to Kiko Alonso, now you got it, right?
Guilty.
Now you got
Guilty.
it, right?
Yes. Guilty.
Yes.
Yes.
He's the Hispanic Spicoli of the NFL. If I ever met the Hispanic Spicoli of the NFL, his name is Kiko Alonso.
I love Kiko. Like, Kiko was a good, fun dude. Like,
Kiko sounds like the guy that's passing you the joint. You know, basically.
Touche.
I'm sorry.
Touche.
I just got to call it like I see it. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah. And he was very infamous also.
In fairness, 80%
tackles
of the
5
league
yards
smokes
down the
weed.
line. How's that?
I said, in fairness, 80% of the NFL smokes weed, and most of them do it for pain tolerance.
Oh, I don't care about the weed part. I'm just saying he sounds like a stoner. That's all I'm saying. You know what I don't mean anything. He may not even smoke a joint, but he sounds like a complete stoner. Okay? An absolute stoner. You know, that's all.
I like Kiko. I need to find him so we can catch up. I like Kiko. I really do.
He was a nice guy. There's no doubt about that. Overrated as a mofo out here by somebody.
Bro, stop it. Everybody who's not Zach Thomas is overrated to you. Like, Carlos Dansby was overrated, I'm sure. Everybody was overrated.
No, Carlos was fine unless he had to cover. We got him old. We got him on the back end of his career. He wasn't great in coverage. It's not his fault.
He had some good years after he left us, too.
Yeah, I know. Because he can play the game still, but coverage was his weakness.
Kevin Burnett was good.
Yeah, Kevin Burnett was good. Yeah, he did all right. We haven't had a lot of great linebackers here lately.
No, we have not. Not at all.
No, that hasn't been good. And Tyndall didn't look like he was comfortable. Like I got to tell you, I thought I saw, and again, pads, I don't count on anything, but it looked to me like Cameron Good knew what the hell he was doing compared to Channing Tindall.
We just talked about him on the podcast. Poop named him as like the most surprising performer.
Yeah, good.
Or most improved. And I was just like, I didn't see him or pay attention to him last year, so I really didn't. He didn't flash like Mitchell Agude, but he was out there.
Right. Agude also looked really good also. But I was very, very happy to see that looked like Cameron Good was like he looked like he knew what the hell he was doing. And I thought that was really, really cool on his part because I think Good and guys like Ezukama, I think they had, and Tyndall, I think they had trouble with the playbook, which, by the way, even Tyreek Hill said he didn't know the whole playbook.
Bro, you know how many of the rookies have admitted, I didn't know my assignments, jobs, I didn't understand. And I was like,
and by the way, that happens. That's been going on for decades. The problem is nowadays they're actually more honest with us than they ever were about those kind of things. Tua's honest to a fault. Like he shouldn't be so honest because people can't handle it. We think these players are perfect and they're just like us, dude. They're human beings. And when they get to these new places, their heads are spinning trying to figure everything out.
Bro,
so even Tyreek told you he had trouble learning the playbook.
Do you believe him? Do you believe him that he was out there? Here's my question. Poop thinks he's lying. Like,
no, I think he's completely being honest that he didn't know the whole playbook.
I had to call Pac-Man Jones and like ask him, like, is this possible? And he's like, yeah, he can run option route from the slot, goes and comes backs and drags. Like he needs 4 routes and he can have 1,700 yards. And I was like, are you kidding me? Like,
let me fill you in on something, my man. Chad Johnson and Des Bryant, they didn't know the playbook either. They couldn't run all the routes that they needed because they didn't know how to. They ad-libbed like crazy. So what people don't give enough credit to Tony Romo and to Carson Palmer is that they had to adjust to ad-libbing receivers. Do you know how freaking hard that is? When you're practicing constantly timing routes and you're throwing it and you're throwing it and you're throwing it, you can throw it blindfolded by the time you're done practicing it in mini camps and training camps. You know it. You've been in this business. And then you have to deal with receivers that aren't really study guys, and then they start.
But they can do signals with the quarterback, and yeah, I've seen, I'm not going to name the receiver, but he made a whole 1,100-yard season running option route. No matter what the play was, they looked at the defense and they called what they were running to
by the way,
quarterback
on Carson Palmer and Tony Romo. Freaking hard, bro. Yeah. Freaking hard, because you're used to making that 3-step, and in your mind, you already know all the routes that are being run. You already saw the coverages. So you're already anticipating what's going to be open. And then all of a sudden, your number one wide receiver is running a completely different route, and that throws you off as a quarterback, dude. And these are little things that people don't really know about or understand in the game.
Yeah.
It's crazy, dude. Absolutely crazy. Dan B, thank you. Happy anniversary to you and Sean. So glad I can share my day with you other than an indicted.
This is your anniversary?
Yeah, this is our third year, completing our third year on the podcast. Really 2.5, because we took 6 weeks off for the onside stuff and my throat issues. So I took off 6 months, but yeah, today's the anniversary of the podcast.
Happy anniversary, brother. Happy anniversary, man. I know. Listen,
as
somebody who is trying to build something on their own that nobody can take away or destroy or shake you down, I commend you. You're setting a standard out there, and keep doing what you're doing, brother.
We're gonna keep grinding as long as they allow us to grind. But yeah, man, that's kind of the way it is.
I trust me. I respect what you're doing and what you're building, because I know it's not easy.
No, it's not. But all these people on the chat board and downloading every day and visiting our sponsors.
Those are the people that your diehards, or as I call them, your Twitches. Those are the people that make you who you are, and they're really the reason why you work as hard as you do. And to you, sir, I tip of the cap.
Same to you, my man. All right, what do you got going on Sports Illustrated so folks can check you out?
We just did a podcast, and you know what this is like. To monetize on YouTube, you have to get to a certain threshold.
Yes. I subscribe.
No, we've got subscribers. We have to get to hours played, and we're 1,000 hours away.
All right, so let's go. Let's go.
Yes, I definitely got to listen to this conversation, because
even if you're a good one, brother. If you're not watching and you're just working around the house, hit play and go walk around, and that's it. And then come back and hit another one and go walk around and all that. And do it for us.
Listen, it means the difference. I'm going to Jamaica next week, and I'm going to recharge and recalibrate. But it would be great to be able to know where I stand with YouTube and know where we stand with the podcast, and be able to sort of plan and structure from there. So.
There you go. All right. Follow him on Twitter at Omar Kelly, and have fun in Jamaica, you said, right?
Yes, sir.
Jamaica. All right. Love it. That is awesome. All right. Maybe you'll see Kiko Alonso there.
Hey, Kiko would be the guy who's renting jet skis to people. I swear to God, that's who he is.
That's it. And telling you about the waves are great today.
Where to get some good weed. Like, yeah, that is probably where. Oh, he might be in the DR. I remember he was a Puerto Rico guy. I think it was Puerto Rico.
I don't know where the surfing is better, Jamaica or Dominican. I'm not exactly sure, but wherever it's better, that's where Kiko will be. I can guarantee you. Hanging out with Spicoli, and you should watch Fast Times at Richmond High and see a little bit of Spicoli there, so you can just trip out. It's super famous actors on.
I know where they got their start.
Judge Reinhold is there. Phoebe Cates has the most infamous scene in the history of the 80s, coming out of the pool and taking off her top. It's like
I've probably seen that.
Yeah, it's super sexy to the Cars music moving in stereo. So yeah, check it out. All right,
brother.
We'll catch up next week. There you go, the great Omar Kelly. And don't forget to reach out to Sean Williams at Essential Moving Experts, proud sponsors of our program. They are headquartered in Daytona, but they handle the entire country. So it doesn't matter where you want to move from one place to another, your home, your business. You call my friends at Essential Moving Experts, 386-213-4054. That's 386-213-4054.
You've been listening to the Essential Moving Experts Miami Dolphins Exchange with Omar Kelly. When you're looking for local, home, long moving services, or office relocation, call Essential Moving Experts at 305-602-8369. Flat rates and no surprise charges. EssentialMovingExperts.com. 305-602-8369. Miami Dolphins fans, follow Big O Radio Show on all platforms and keep up with your favorite NFL team.
Oh, yes. Yes. Let's see what happens with the whole Cook situation. I think Miami gets him, and cheap. I think he ends up eating his words. I think he doesn't become a bell cow for anybody. I think he doesn't get big money from anybody. And I think when it's all said and done, he might have an offer or two that are better than Miami's by a little bit. But because of the state taxes, because the team is really good and he has an opportunity to win with his hometown team, I think he ends up here when it's all said and done. I think it's a bunch of hot air, and I think he's completely out of touch with reality. How do you like them apples? Okay. I don't think his agent has been honest enough with him, because maybe he's afraid to lose him as a client. But I don't think his agent's been honest enough with him and tell him, hey, Dalvin, people don't think like that. And if you go rush over there, they're not going to pay you more. You're going to be 30 at that point. You're turning 28 in August. So they sign you to 1 or 2 year deal. That's going to be the end of it. You'll be lucky to get the next contract. You'll be living on year to year, maybe. People aren't going overboard for 30-plus-year-old backs. So since you're going to be 28 in August, because you're a 28-year-old for the NFL, okay, your window's closing. And this is the most interchangeable position in all of pro sports. Understand that, please. Don't pull a Le'Veon Bell here. I give Aaron Jones a ton of credit. You think he wants to cut his salary from 17 to 11? But he and whoever his agent is, his agent was smart enough to say, we have to take this money. If we act mad and we don't and we get cut, I don't even think you'll get 11 on the open market. You'll be lucky to get 7 or 6. That's probably what they told him. And this is what I would tell Dalvin Cook. You'll be fortunate to get 6 or 7 from a bad team. A good team, they're probably going to offer you 3.5 to 4.5 with a little bit of incentives, but they're not going to go overboard. I've been telling you this for months. Have I not? Have I not? You guys were going crazy because you're thinking like fans. There's a little bit of fan in Omar right now. Oh, no, you got to have him. You see a lead. This is not the way they think. I told you they would never trade for him. And all those reports of trading, oh, they're going to trade for the oh, they're going to sign him. They're going to sign him. Oh, they're not in a hurry to sign anything because they're not overpaying for anything. We've told you this over and over and over and over and over and over again. And I got bombarded on my DM, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter. Oh, we got to sign Dalvin. Oh, we got to trade for Dalvin. Nobody is going crazy for Dalvin Cook. Not one team out of the 31. Okay? He got released by Minnesota. So obviously they're 32. They don't need him. But 31 teams have said, yeah, you can be out there. We're not here. Nobody's getting. I told you they wouldn't get in a bidding war. Did I not tell you that also for the Dolphins? And is there even a bidding war? Is there a bid? I mean, I know the Dolphins made a modest bid. They know where he knows where the Dolphins stand, by the way. I don't know if anybody's told you that, but that might be breaking news, right? He knows where the Dolphins already made their offer. They know where they stand. Maybe that's also because I told you guys he'll sign a 1 or 2 year deal. Nobody reported that. We reported that first. And, he knows where the Dolphins stand already. If you haven't heard about that, because I don't think anybody's actually written that. They said Dolphins are interested, but he knows where the Dolphins stand already. They gave him the offer already. And clearly he wants nothing to do with that offer right now because he thinks he's going to get so much more. So where are the offers? I think Miami ends up with him when it's all said and done. I really do. And I think he ends up signing a one-year deal here, kind of frustrated that he had to sign it, and then hoping to showcase his skills so he can get more money next offseason. And it's going to be a disappointment for him because he's just going to run into the same situation he had this year. And he'll have more time, so he'll get some kind of a deal, but he's not going to get a big deal. The $10 million he was 10 and a half or 11, I think he was going to make, he'll never see that kind of money again. It's not fair to him, but it's the way that position is treated. Okay? I'm not telling you it's right. I'm just telling you what the reality is that goes on in the NFL. Lenny Pena says, appreciate you guys, Big O and Sean. I've been a fan since way back. Thank you for all you guys do. Thank you, sir. Dalvin Cook will only see 6-man defensive fronts playing for Finns. Yeah. So will all the other running backs. We get Cook. He wins a couple of games himself how he plays. Well, that's if they use him enough in that sense. Big O, I, for one, believed you 100%. Well, thank you, GP Trap. But you've been with me for a while. So you've lived through a whole bunch of other stories that I tell you and then they happen, So what can I tell you? It's one of those. You have built to trust me already at this point. Some people are kind of new to the platform and they don't know that we kind of constantly give you what goes on here in South Florida. And sometimes it's not insight, but let's say perspective on something like the Heat. I have no insight on Tyler Hero, but I'm guaranteeing you I was the only one that was saying, no, you don't need to bring Tyler back. There's no hurry. And if I'm the Heat, I'm in no hurry to bring him back to get him re-injured. No. I need a healthy Tyler Hero to trade him in the offseason. Everybody else, Tyler, play Tyler. I'm the only guy thinking big picture. Tyler ain't going to win this series for you, bro. Get the hell out of here. Your team isn't good enough, unfortunately. You made it to the finals. It's awesome. We love it. But I don't want to risk Tyler Hero getting injured again. He's always injured. Why am I going to play him now? No, dude, I want to get him healthy so I can trade his ass. I need a star. I need a healthy Tyler Hero to trade. We kind of think outside the box here. We don't really go with all the general media and fans and they just repeat what everybody else thinks. You know what? We take a step back and maybe think about things and say, you know what? Maybe this is a better option. And we get you thinking instead of the lazy thing. Oh, let's play Hero. Was that really going to win you anything? No. You know what wins you? A healthy Hero so you can trade him for a star. Now, that's winning. I can dump Hero and Duncan and a first rounder or something for Dame Lillard. Let's go, bro. But if I have Tyler re-injured and broken down in the offseason, I can't trade him. And I screwed myself now. Can't do that. So whether it's news or looking at things the way they should be looked at, that's what we give you on this show all the damn time.
The Sportstradamus has spoken.
Boom. Thank you, sir. Big O, what excited you the most and worried you the most during the practices that you recently witnessed? I know it's early, but curious. Let me go with worried. Shit, I'm not worried about anything. I mean, left guard and right tackle, but here's my problem with this discussion, okay? They averaged 4.5 yards a carry. The quarterback wasn't running for his life last year. The offensive line play was nothing like it was the first 2 years with Tua when he was literally running for his life on every single down. Robert Jones actually did a serviceable job at left guard. And then they found Brandon Shell, who hung in there and did a nice job at right tackle. So the line wasn't so bad. So now you get your guys back, right? And now we'll see if Jackson and Eichenberg can actually make the transition. And they like him and they haven't given up on him. So if you're going to ask me my only concern, it would be left guard and right tackle, which it should be. But last year, they got by with those guys. So Brandon Shell's not here. So the question is, Austin Jackson, who I'm telling you, I saw improvement in training camp in the preseason before he got hurt. Okay, but the high ankle injury, forget about it. A 300-pound guy and playing in a zone scheme, my God, all of those things and leverage and everything, it's impossible. You got to play with a healthy ankle. So maybe he does turn the corner, and if he does, then you got your right tackle. Then I'm feeling all right. So it's really about the left guard and right tackle. If I have any concerns, it's that. Okay, and then you asked me what excited me the most. Everybody's pretty much healthy. You know, there were a couple guys that were a little dinged up, but no big deal. That's what I like. There are no major injuries going into the season right now. You've got everybody, and you're going to pace everybody like Teron Armstead and all these other guys. So I think most of all, I love seeing X healthy. He was showing some spring. He got an interception in the third day, I think it was, on Tua. Okay. Now, it was the receiver's fault because he didn't run the route the right way and did not, he had the inside position. He had to use his body to fend off X, and he allowed X to go over the top of him and make a fantastic interception. And the explosion that you need in order to do that tells me his groins are awesome and they're back. And so that also, I loved it because it was a lateral movement. And you guys know with X last year, the lateral movement was scary. He couldn't move laterally, right? And that was an issue. So you give me these two corners and X is healthy, and you give me Holland, I am just loving what's going to happen here because you're going to be strong at nickel, I think, and dime when it's all said and done. Let me see what else excited me. Some of the young guys, man. Cameron Good also looked very good. That was actually really nice to see. I thought Skylar Thompson looked better than Mike White, overall. So it was nice to see some of the young guys actually playing well and adjusting. I thought that was actually cool too with the Dolphins. I thought I didn't see a lot from the Higgins and the other Tanner Connor kid. I didn't see enough from them, but hopefully we'll see something more from those guys. But there were things that I liked that I saw in practice that I thought were pretty cool. I'm really optimistic about the Dolphins. I really am. I've been optimistic the last couple of years. I'm super optimistic about Tua. I love that he has attacked any kind of weakness that he may have, and obviously he had to take care of his body. I'm sure he had to improve his core last year coming off the hip surgery. So he had to 1 year rehab last year, strengthen that core. This offseason now, he strengthened his top half. So shoulders, neck, all of that. He looks in great shape. Looks like he's in great spirits too at the same time. There's just a lot of things to like, man. I love A-Chain. Love what I saw from A-Chain. Cam Smith looks the part, even though I didn't see too much. But what I loved about A-Chain and Smith is that they remind me of Kader Kohu in this sense, that physically they didn't look out of place. And I love that because sometimes you'll see a guy that's completely lost, and they got to figure out mental. Then you'll see another guy that's maybe not strong enough and is getting overpowered and those kind of things. That never happened to Kohu, right? And Cam Smith and A-Chain early on looked pretty good, man. Looked pretty good. So those are things that I also like. There's a crap ton of things that I really am excited about with the Miami Dolphins. There's very little, and running back is not one of them. I'm telling you, if you fix guard and right tackle, like I hope they do this training camp, you're golden, bro. You're golden. You're set. By the way,
a little music notes for you, since we love talking a little music here on the show, and figured I'd get a couple of things in. First of all, born on this date in music history, let's give you a couple of names. First, in 93, Gunna, American rapper, singer, and songwriter, featured on the 2020 hip-hop collective Internet Money single Lemonade, featuring American singer Don Toliver and Nav. Let's see. Who else? Because there's a lot of names here, and some of them may not be very famous. Chris DeGarmo, born in 63 on this date, the American progressive heavy metal band Queensryche. DeGarmo was on their 94 album Promised Land, which went to number 3 in the U.S. Boy George O'Dowd, English singer, songwriter, DJ, fashion designer, born in 61, and photographer, lead singer of the Grammy and Brit Award-winning Culture Club. Scored the 83 UK number 1 and 84 US number 1 single, Karma Chameleon, and global hits Do You Really Want to Hurt Me, Time, all kinds of stuff there. Let's see. Gary Husband, born in 60 on this date, English jazz and rock drummer, pianist. Gary Husband also worked with many artists, including Jeff Beck, Level 42, Gary Moore. That's a hell of a list right there. Ireland's own Gary Moore. Nick Van Eed, born on this date in 1958. He was the singer of The Cutting Crew. In 1987, number 1, and in 86, the number 4 single on the charts. I just died in your arms tonight. Must have been something you said. I hate that song. Alan White, born on this date in 1949, exceptional musician, English drummer and songwriter, best known for his tenure with the progressive rock band Yes. In 1969, he joined Dougie Fresh's favorite band of all time. Dougie Fresh, did you know Alan White was part of the Plastic Ono Band? After John Lennon invited him to play at the Toronto Rock and Roll Festival, this led the drummer to work on Imagine and Instant Karma for Lennon, and All Things Must Pass by George Harrison. Passed away, by the way, in 2022 at the age of 72. I had no idea Alan White was in the Plastic Ono Band. None whatsoever. But, dude, you played with Yes, and then John Lennon and George Harrison said, come play with us. I mean, I already told you he was an awesome drummer, because he's an awesome drummer. But, wow. And then the honor of playing in the Plastic Ono Band. I mean, Jesus. That is right there. 48 on this date, Steve Hunter, American guitarist, session player, worked with Lou Reed, Aerosmith, and Alice Cooper. Played the acoustic intro on Peter Gabriel's 77 hit, Salisbury Hill. Rod Argent, English musician, singer, songwriter, composer, and record producer, who was a member of the Zombies back in 64. She's Not There. Went on to form his own band, Argent. With Hold Your Head Up High, Hold Your Head Up. Remember that song? That's Argent. Argent maybe had 1 or 2 hits, not a lot, right? I don't remember another. Maybe I don't even think I remember another song from Argent. I remember the Hold Your Head Up. That one I know. What else do we have here? Junior Walker, born in 1931 on this date, American soul singer, multi-instrumentalist. Junior Walker had the 66 U.S. and UK top 20 single, And How Sweet It Is. And in 69, the number 4 single, What Does It Take to Win Your Love? Walker also played sax on Foreigner's 81 hit, Urgent. He died of cancer in November of 23rd, 1995, at the age of 64. Did not know Junior Walker played the sax on the song Urgent from Foreigner. And you can't have that song without the sax. So that's pretty good. Pretty good stuff there. And on this date in rock and roll history, 1970, Eric Clapton's band,
Derek and the Dominoes played their first ever gig when they performed at London's Lyceum. Right. And what's it? Oh, damn it. What's the song I'm thinking of now? Anyway, 19. I'm thinking, what's that? What's it called? Goodfellas, man. Anyway, 1980, Billy Joel started a 6-week run at #1 on the albums charts with Glass Houses. The album went on to sell 7 times platinum in America, which is 1 million copies. So 7 million copies in 1980 for Billy Joel. In 2008, on this date, the likes of Pearl Jam, MGMT, and My Morning Jacket took the stage at the Bonnaroo Festival. In 75, on this date, America went to #1 on the singles charts with Sister Golden Hair. In 91, Foreigner released Unusual Heat, their album with original Wild Horses singer Johnny Edwards. It was a commercial failure. Yeah. Anything without Lou Gramm is a failure. In 76, Chicago released their 8th studio album and 10th overall with Chicago 10. In 2011, the Black Veil Brides released their 2nd album, Set the World on Fire. And in 2000, on this date, England's Melody Maker newspaper annual Uncoolest People in Rock poll, Noel Gallagher from Oasis took the first place, and Marilyn Manson was the runner-up. That, my friends, is what happened today in Musica history. All right. What else do we have? We have any questions for you all? My favorite karaoke song, Big O, I Just Died in Your Arms Tonight. Too bad I can't stand. I Just Died in Your Arms Tonight. We built this city and we didn't start the fire. Okay? I don't know why. Can't stand those songs. Love Jefferson Airplane and Starship. Love them to death. But you play We Built This City and I'm out of here. Love Billy Joel. I've told you this story many times. Every time I go to a Billy Joel concert, I never buy the concert shirt at the beginning of the concert. I wait for We Didn't Start the Fire. And the second We Didn't Start the Fire starts, my fat ass walks right out of the arena and goes over to the concert shirt place. And I go take a leak. And when I come back, the song's over. It's a beautiful thing. I mean, I have it timed to a T because there's nobody there in the shirts because this is like 3/4 into the concert by the time he plays that shit. You know, and I can't stand We Built This, and I can't stand I Just Died in Your Arms Tonight. My God. There are just some songs that drive me crazy, and they're burnt out and overused and everything. And yeah, those are 3 of them right there. Right there. Happy birthday, Steffi Graf, the GOAT of tennis. I'm gonna go Serena, but I would give anything to see Serena and Steffi in their primes against each other. It would be the greatest women's tennis match in the history of man and womankind. So, Lou Gramm had a set of pipes on him. Yeah, one of the great voices of all time. Reminds me of one of my favorite DJs, Chris Diem. That's a history song by Billy. I know it's a history song. I still think I hate it. I can't stand it. It's fantastic. All the rhyming and everything inside of it, the kind of rap that he puts everything together. I get all of that. And I can't stand the freaking song, dude. I just think it's the cheesiest Billy Joel song in the history of mankind. Yeah, that's just one song I want no part of. But it's a good time to get my shirt. So it's all right. Do you like watching concerts in Bank United Center at UM? Oh, yeah, please, Juice 5. Of course. It's a smaller venue. The times I get to go to a concert there, and I've been to a few concerts there, it's a blessing to get to see them in a small venue. Yeah, and it sounds good in that place. Yeah, that's a beautiful little arena, man. They did a great job there at the U with that arena. That is an awesome, awesome arena. and it's right down the street for me. It takes me maybe 15, 20 minutes to get there. Really easy. Right up Miller Drive, baby. I end up right at the U. I love it. My burned out song is Loverboy. Everybody's working for the weekend. Everybody wants a new romance. I get it. It was just overplayed as they were airplane songs and many others. Personally, if I hear Tom Diner on the radio, I got to change the station. Tom's Diner on the radio. What's Tom's Diner? I don't know that song. Yeah, I'm not sure what that is, Saum. I have no idea. Oh, what's an NYC? They're saying Miami would basically get Beal for nothing. Oh, I don't know what you're talking about, bro. Anybody that's credible saying that, or is that just crap that they're throwing around? I want Beal. I mean, I want Dane before I want Beal. Way before I want Beal. You get Beal, and I'm not convinced you win a title. How do you like that? Beal has to prove to me he's a dog. I'm not sure Beal's a dog. I'm not. I'm sorry. I haven't seen enough proof that he's a dog. I've seen lots of players that can score on really bad teams. Somebody's got to shoot. I'm sorry. I don't see dog in Beal. I need to be proven wrong on that one. So if they make a trade for Beal, don't expect me to be super excited about winning a title. I'm not. I need to be proven right that he can be a dog. I'm not convinced. I'm sorry. Now you get me Bradley Beal, and I'm Bradley Beal. Now you get me Dane Lillard, and now I know I got a son of a bitch on the team. Now I know I got a dog, just like Jimmy. Yes, sir.
Ira just tweeted about 20 minutes ago. He says, amid the reports of Bradley Beal to be made available by the Wizards, consider that Beal, who turns 30 on June 28th, is due $46.7 million next season.
No, it goes up to like
$2 million in 2024 and $53.7 in 2025 with a player option of $57.1 million.
Oh yeah, and he's going to pass up that player option in his third.
Out of that for.
yeah. I'm sorry, I'm not signing. I'm not trading for Bradley Beal. I'm not convinced he's that guy.
And he also has a 15% trade kicker.
Yeah, well, we don't pay the kicker. The Wizards will have to pay the kicker.
Okay, all right, well.
Yeah, that's on the Wizards. So that we don't get, but his salaries are massive. And I'm sorry, I have not seen that. No. Right now, from what I know of who might be available, Lillard's the guy that I'm going for. That's the guy that I have a shot to bring. If you have Dane Lillard and a healthy Butler, you had a shot in this series to win it. Guaranteed you had a shot in this series to win it. But you didn't have a healthy Butler, and you certainly didn't have Lillard because there was no other stars in this team. So just in case, those of you that, you love Dane Lillard, I just want to warn you ahead of time. If you're expecting excitement and thrills here, if they make the move for Bradley Beal, you're not going to get it here. I'll be in a wait-and-see mode that Bradley has to prove to me that he's a dog. And not just a guy, a stat monger on a bad team. So that's kind of what I think it is. Let's see. Only time I ever saw a concert at UM was Casey and the Sunshine Band in 2010, freestyle concert 2009. There you go. Casey is a fun concert. Susanna Vega, yeah, that was kind of burned out too. Beal doesn't play winning basketball. He can score, but I don't see a dog in him at all. Not Dane in another story. Lenny agrees with me. Beal is always injured, says George Ceballos. The Drew says he is a dog in the new trendy sports team. I don't know what that means. Hell to the nah, says Emilio. GP Trap says, Big O, where's the beautiful Inter Miami hat? I got you. Dude, I wore it the other day. I wore it the other day. Hold on. I got a collection of hats here, bro. Hold on. Wait a minute. You know what? Now I got to get up. You're making me get up. I think it's downstairs now. See? Yeah, it's downstairs. Yeah. And I got a crap ton of hats here. Sorry, it's downstairs. I got like 20 hats there. So it's downstairs. But I do have it. I did the show the other day in it. I don't know what show it was, but I did. What do you got, Sean?
Spoelstra, I guess, was asked about Butler's ankle, and of course, the Miami Heat answer. He was fine, no excuses. There's an honor to the way Jimmy competes at this game that you have to honor and respect.
Yeah, whatever. Whatever, dude. I'm good. Jimmy's awesome. He left it all out there for this team. Can't ask any more of the man. I'm good with Spo. I'm good with the coaching staff. I'm good with all the players. They did what they could do. They played to their best ability, all of them. There's nothing more to ask. I got to ask from Riley and the owner. That's who I'm demanding from now. Stop screwing around and go find a whale. Okay? Stop screwing around and go find a whale. Stop failing and start having success finding whales. Okay? Because Riley hasn't found one since Shaq in 06. 04, I'm sorry, 05. 05, Shaq. It's the last time he landed a whale. All the other whales were landed by Dwayne Wade. Dwayne Wade brought LeBron and Bosh here with his friendship, and he brought Butler here with his friendship with him in Chicago. Pat Riley had nothing to do with those. In fact, he had so little leverage that LeBron and Bosh demanded to be traded, so Miami had to lose first-round picks, which was the dumbest thing in the world for Bosh and LeBron and for Riley, because it doesn't help the team to get rid of assets to help build your team and give them to a team that you're leaving when you could leave those teams straight up. But you wanted your bird money, which shows you that Riley didn't have the leverage. It was all Wade, and players got paid, and that's what happened. So, that's the problem in this situation, that players got paid, and Riley hasn't brought in any whales at all in 20 years. It's time. It's 20 years. Now, like I said in the postgame show, his worst years, like you're still making the Eastern Conference 3 out of 4 years. You made the finals. So he hasn't built a champion, but he's built a pretty damn good team that Spoelstra's been able to coach up. But he has failed in getting Spoelstra that other star. So Spo, Riley, and the Arison family got to stop effing around, because you have ruined the 4 years that you've had of Butler. So my heat, not firing or anything like that, but the heat needs to be on Riley and Arison. They need to put some serious heat on themselves, because the Jimmy Butler window is about to close shut. You may have 1 to 2 years left. You're lucky if you get another second year from. I think you have 1 more year, maybe. It'll be a miracle to get that second year. That third year of that contract's going to be an absolute disaster. He can't play a full season. Go get a star. And this is your fault, Pat Riley and Mickey Arison, that you have failed to get that star. And then that man has busted his ass for 4 years, and he's taken more wear and tear on that body. If you would have found the star from the get-go when you made the move for Jimmy, then maybe you would have saved his body these 4 years a little bit more, and you can extend his career. Now you have shortened his lifespan as a basketball player because you've allowed him to play 4 years without a star and having to carry the load every single night. And look what happened. He broke down and he wasn't there for you. Just like he can't be there for most of the season anymore. Now he has to miss 20% of the season, and that doesn't help you either in the standings. Get another goddamn star. Okay? That's it. Get another damn star. I don't want to hear any excuses. I don't want to hear about luxury tax. I don't want to hear failure. Get another star because I know how this thing's going to end again. Spo will coach up his ass. He'll do great. The players will do the best, but they got no shot at winning a title. That's been proven for 4 straight years. Okay? You can't win it. Look, I hate to put it this way, but I'm going to put it this way. Okay? When you were led by Barkov and Huberdeau, you were good, but never good enough because those two guys aren't dogs. Neither one of them are dogs. Neither one of them are mother effers. And what did I tell you last year, right? I said, you got to get rid of Huberdeau. Okay, Barkov's the more talented one, but you got to get rid of Huberdeau because you can't have 2 passive players on your roster. Your stars have got to be dogs. And what did they do? They went and got Kachuk. So what happened last night? No Kachuk. Did the other guy go crazy and be like Kachuk? No, because he can't be, because it's not in him. Just like it ain't ever going to be in Bam to, hey, I'm going to take over. I'm going to start shooting 18-footers and 23-footers and nailing, because you know he could. There's no doubt in my mind that Bam, if he started to shoot threes and learn how to, he could be a deadly three-point shooter, but he has no desire to be a star. None. He has total desire to set a pick for you, make an assist, block a shot, all the dirty work. He strives to be a Super Bowl player. He loves being a Super Bowl player. Got to have them dogs, bro. Got to have them SOBs. Those are the people that ultimately make the difference on all your teams. You're not going to win without a Zonka. You just don't. You don't win without Miguel Cabrera. You don't win without Josh Beckett. I don't care what it is. I don't care what sport you're talking about. You're going to need some SOBs. You know, Magic brought that smile, but he wanted to cut your heart out. Larry Bird was already nasty, so you already knew where he was coming from. It wasn't masked like Magic, you know. Magic, Dwayne Wade, Steph Curry, you know. I love those kind of players that they're all American kids. You know, they got that beautiful smile, that $1 million smile. They got that electric personality. They're super likable, and then when they get on the court, on the ice, on the field, they want to cut your heart out. Walter Payton was the sweetest human being on planet Earth. It's probably why they called him Sweetness. Okay? Not because he ran sweet, because he was also one hell of a human being. But when he got on the field, he was going to run like a battering ram, and he was going to put his helmet right in the center of your chest, and look out if he didn't lift you off the ground. Okay? There are certain guys that are wired like that have that all-American look, and then they want to, they're SOBs when they play the game. Barkov, not an SOB. Has all the talent, not an SOB. Saw it last night. He can't lift everybody else. Not like Kachuk does. No, because that's special. And when you have that, that's different. And that's not the all-American guy. Kachuk is the son of a bitch. He's a son of a bitch out in the open. You know what I'm saying? He's Larry Bird of hockey. That's who Kachuk is. Larry Bird and Kachuk, they make no bones about who they are, about what they want to do to you, how they're going to rub it in on you, how they're going to score, and then they're going to celebrate in front of your ass. Okay? Kachuk and Bird are like, that's another breed. The breed that can be nasty and still come through also at the same time. Those are special. Those are special. Big O, maybe it's not Pat that's stopping us. Put the blame on Mickey for being so damn cheap all these years. Both of them. I'm going to blame Pat and I'm going to blame Mickey. They're not making the deals. They're not getting. All I know is Eric Spoelstra has overachieved. All I know is Jimmy Butler has overachieved. And every other player on that roster. Bam, you name it. All of them. They have all overachieved. I can't ask any more from them. I have to ask more from Pat Riley and Mickey Harrison. I'm sorry. The personnel falls on them. So they got to get it done. The mistake is Riley thought Bam was a star, which is why he needed to trade for Wales. Yeah. Yeah. He probably thought that Bam was going to trade. And Tyler, they probably thought both of those guys could turn into stars, and they're not. They're not stars. Nice players, important players. You can use them to win, but not lead. They're not lead guys. The problem is that these established guys didn't live up to their contracts, right? Yeah, exactly. And stupid contracts. The Lowry contract was never a good idea. Never. And by the way, if I hear that the Heat are into Chris Paul, like they've been associated with Chris Paul for 10 years easily, I'm going to be pissed. Because that's just as obvious as the Kyle Lowry move. And Pat Riley forgot more about basketball than I'll ever know back in 1975. And I don't know how I knew that it was obvious that Kyle Lowry was a stupid contract. And I don't know what made Riley think that guy was at a point that could help us when that guy is Huberdeau and Barkov. Right? I watched Lowry and DeRozan. Did they win anything? No, they had to bring in a real star. They had to bring Kawhi Leonard and get rid of DeRozan. Why? Because same two dudes. You can't win a title with DeRozan and Lowry. You were never going to win a title because they're not number one. They may not even be number two guys. They might be number three guys. And then Pat Riley signs them to be your number two? He couldn't do it in Toronto. Why would he do it for you here? He was younger in Toronto, and he still couldn't do it. Hilarious, dude. Some of the decisions they've made, terrible. Terrible, dude. Big O, couldn't you just say Bam is a star but not a superstar? No, he's not a star, bro. Not a star. And my brother, a star for me in this league nowadays. He's a star in the 90s. But a star in this league now, you have to be able to impose your will offensively. And he can't. He's a guy that relies on the pick and roll. He relies on garbage points. He's not a guy that the offense runs through him. That they're double teaming. That's a star. Okay? To me, that's a star. The guy that commands double teams. The guy that you have to scheme your defense to stop him. Those are stars. That's my problem. In this world, we're too quick to label somebody great or somebody a star and all that, and that's a problem. Riley and them gave him a big contract. Well, that's your mistake, dude. And just because you need to justify your salary and sell him like a star to me, and the writers then, buy it hook, line, and sinker, that's their problem and that's your problem. In my eyes, the way I look at it, he's not a star. He's a super role player. He's fantastic. Awesome. Love him. Not a star. You got to score and score whenever the hell you want to score if you're going to be a star in this league. And he cannot do that. Dude, he misses bunnies like it's going out of style. He misses close shots all the damn time. No excuses. So, no, sorry. He'll never be a star unless he can then change his attitude and become the offensive player you need. But if he's going to do all the other bullshit, he's a super role player, bro. He's just a different kind of UD and a different kind of PJ Brown. But he's just as important as those guys. The same thing. Fourth guy. That's what PJ is. That's what UD is. That's what this guy is. None of them could carry you offensively. None of them can impose their offensive will, except on a clutch moment, on a clutch shot, I'd rather have UD over Bam 10 out of 10. I would never want Bam over UD on a clutch shot in a clutch moment. Anybody going to argue with me on that one? That 16-foot baseline off the elbow. Who do you want in a clutch moment? You want UD or you want Bam shooting that? Bam hasn't acted like he plays offense with confidence. So, no. There's no shot I could ever look at him as a star in today's NBA. In the 90s, he's a star. Because points, you were playing in the 80s and the 90s. Oh, by the way, what were they playing? Oh, in the 90s. Weren't they? Yeah. And that's why you're not a star. Because you got to play in the 110s and the 115s in this league. Not in the 90s. You constructed a 2-point team in a 3-point league. Come on, man. You can't do that. Not in today's NBA. It's just changed. Can't blame Riles all the time. The NBA will always be a star-driven league. Well, I can blame Riley. He hasn't gotten a star. He needs to get a star. I love Riley to death. I back him up 100%, but I'm also not going to give him a break either. And he has failed miserably for 4 years for Jimmy Butler. Miserably, dude. Like, it's major failure by Pat Riley. To keep giving Eric Spoelstra this team and keep asking him to do the impossible is unfair to Eric Spoelstra. And if Eric had a part in any of these personnel decisions, then he's part of the screw-ups also. And he's just like Jimmy Butler buried himself by bringing his buddy Kyle Lowry here. Well, if Eric Spoelstra truly wanted Kyle Lowry, well, then you're just as dumb as everybody else in that organization for bringing in Kyle Lowry. Because that was a terrible contract, dude. Horrible contract. If I'm Mickey Arison, I'm losing my mind that I pay that guy $30 million a year. Mickey and Riley both need to do their part. Spo has overachieved like a mofo from 30-11 with the scrubs to taking us to 3 deep playoff runs over the last 4 years. They need to do right by Spo. Exactly. D-Wayne Experience says, okay, star role player. I'll go with that. Because he's the greatest role player we've ever had. I'll give him that over UD and over PJ Brown. He is the greatest role player we've ever had, but he's not a star. Just like UD was never a star, and obviously PJ Brown was never, but UD's a guy that is loved so much that maybe some people looked at him as a star, but he's not a star. Super, super important, but not a star. Bam's the only one that showed up in the finals. Brother, he disappeared in the last game also. He scored 2 points in the second half. Why? Because you saw 20? That's the problem with Bam. He'll start off fine, and then he'll disappear. And he disappeared for a couple of games before that, and then he played in a couple of games where he played well. It's kind of the way it went. He was typical role player, inconsistent. And that's what happened. You score 18 points, you end up with 20? Dude, if you're a star and you score 18, you got to end up with 30, 35 points. Why doesn't he? Now you know. You don't have to be a star to be in my show, baby. You don't have to be a star, baby, to be in my show. What was her name? And Marilyn McCoo and Billy Davis Jr.? Am I right? Was that it? Was it Billy Davis Jr. and Marilyn McCoo singing that? I want to say. Somebody look it up. You don't have to be a star. Tell me. Marilyn McCoo, very good-looking woman. She was in the Fifth Dimension, by the way. And I think it was Billy Davis Jr. I'm not sure. Yes, Marilyn McCoo was definitely hot. Definitely beautiful. Yes, definitely. Bam at the rim. Yeah, he misses a lot around the rim. It's crazy how much he misses around the rim. What else do I have here? Do I have anything else? By the way, the Marlins have lost 2 in a row. They are trying to avoid the sweep on the Mariners. So tonight it'll be we get Yuri Perez tonight, which is pretty cool. We get to watch Yuri Perez, Luis Castillo. Last night I didn't do the Panthers post game because I was just so tired, bro. And it was just going to pile on. And, you know, what can I tell you? You got an answer for me, Sean? On it? Do we know? Let's see. What is it? Big O bringing the 70s to us. Well, whatever. If it's Imagine Dragons or if it's Marilyn McCoo or anything in between, what can I tell you? I love all kinds of music from modern day to way back. Nothing? No answer? You don't got it for me? You don't got it for me there? Dude, we're doing 4 hours of radio today. All right, let me see. Yeah, I was right. Marilyn McCoo and Billy Davis Jr. That was good. That was good. I'm impressed. I impressed myself today, finally. I'll be depressed the rest of the day, and I won't impress myself at all. But this was just my peak right there on my day, that I guessed that right. I nailed it. Still feel that to bring in Damon in Miami means he wants to bring his guys, star-driven. No, it's there isn't a lot of cap space to make all kinds of moves. You can make a star, and you can make a move for a star, and then after that, you're not going to have that much. So, you know, maybe like I told you, in the trading deadline, you might be able to get rid of Lowry and Oladipo. Expiring salaries might be sexy, and you might be able to add another piece at that point. Because I don't think you'll move Lowry or Oladipo in the Dane move. I think it'll be something like, you know, I've thrown this out a bunch of times. It'll be like Tyler and Duncan and a first rounder or 2. I don't know. Something like that. I think you can get Dame Lillard for. Now, if there's a couple of other teams that may have better offers, that's the part that, you know, you'll have to deal with, you know. I don't know. But then again, Dane is also going to want to go where he wants to go. And I think Portland will have to accommodate him. But Miami can make a really good offer overall for him. All right, folks, we're out of here, man. 4 hours. That's a lot. Matt Verderam, Omar Kelly, we appreciate those guys, as always. Sean Stanley, we thank all of you out there. Steven, everybody that Rick D-Man, what's it called? Hateful Steve, all of you out there that sent donations through Cash App or Venmo. Remember, if you're watching the show, at any time you're downloading it, you can also send in a donation, Cash App or Venmo at Cash Big O Show, and you can send your questions, comments, and insults there at the same time. We shall see you tomorrow, same time, same place, same bat channel.
This is the Big O Show.